Sementilli, defendant, is present. All counsel are present, jury, and also present. Good morning. Mr. Ray is still under oath. People may continue.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Ray.
Good morning.
The first time that you saw Robert Baker in 2017, you said was in February when he came alone and the two of you played basketball and had dinner, correct?
That's correct.
During that time that he came out, you said you saw a bandage on his hand. Did he say anything about his girlfriend that he had previously messaged you about through Facebook?
So ruled.
Not during basketball, but in dinner he did.
And what did he tell you?
During the dinner, I asked him again if they're going to move in together to save money, and he said, yes, they've talked about it. It's already in motion.
Okay. Now, when we left off yesterday, we were talking about March 23rd through March 26th, when you first met the defendant, and after having lunch together on the 23rd or 24th, then you and your wife Michelle and Baker and Monica, you all had dinner that she invited you out to at Andrea's, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And after that dinner, would that have been when you went to the club that you said you just walked across to on the same property at the Intrigue nightclub?
That's correct.
I'll allow this.
And by the time you got to the club, would that have been after midnight? So then we would have been talking about March 26th.
That's correct. Probably right around midnight.
Okay. And you told us that yesterday that at no time did the defendant mention that she had been married or that she was a widow, but when you got to the club, did she say anything to you about having children?
So ruled.
No, but she took some selfies, and then she said, my girls would think my girl would think I'm so cool. I'm cooler than her because I'm on stage in VIP, and that's how I realized she had a daughter.
Okay. Did she say anything else during any of the time period that you were with her about her daughter or having more than one or anything of that nature regarding family?
No.
Okay. And what was her behavior like that night when you were at the nightclub?
She was really happy. She was having a great time. She was acting like a 22-year-old. She was swearing a lot, smoking nonstop, which really bothered my wife and I. That I don't like the smoke, and I had a conversation with Rob about that.
At some point, did Rob ask you to have a conversation, or to have Michelle have a conversation with her about the smoking and her health and things like that?
Sustain.
Yes.
When I say sustain, that means you don't talk.
Yeah, that means it's a legal ruling. So, did she do anything that caused you to then leave them at the nightclub?
So ruled.
No, we were at the nightclub all the way till the end of the night.
Okay. What was her behavior while you were at the nightclub?
She was very sexual. She was humping him on the stage, which was
Not this part. So ruled.
Humping who?
Robert on stage, and they were dancing. She was having a great time. And
When you say humping him, can you describe for us what she was doing?
So ruled.
kind of like this motion of having sex, but on the dance floor. And it was kind of embarrassing because we were up on the stage, so the whole club could see us.
Okay.
And all the managers, security, they all kind of knew us, and they were kind of staring at us.
Okay. So you felt embarrassed.
I felt a little embarrassed, yes.
And you told us that you also felt embarrassed because of her behavior at the fancy restaurant you went to.
Correct.
Was that the last occasion that you saw the defendant and Rob in March of 2017?
That's right.
Okay. Now, after they left, you told us yesterday that when you met the defendant for the first time and had lunch at P.F. Chang's that you put her number into your cell phone and she put your number into hers. Did she contact you on her own prior to them returning to Vegas in May?
Yes, she did.
Your Honor, I have a extraction report from the defendant's iPhone number 119 that contains her text messages with this witness. It is 13 pages in length. May it please be marked as people's next in order.
208.
Thank you. Now been marked as People's 208, and I'm going to show you the very top. Does this appear to be text messages between you and the defendant?
Correct.
Okay. And looking at the first text on the first page, April 22nd of 2017, is this the first message that you ever received from the defendant?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you have a conversation with her by phone, as you mentioned in your response?
Yes, I did.
And did the two of you discuss at that point something in particular with respect to the defendant and Baker returning to Las Vegas?
Yes, we did.
What was that?
We talked about she wanted to celebrate his birthday. She said she was going to pay for it all. She wanted something really fun. So I talked about Marrakesh, which is owned by one of my friends. It's got belly dancing and Mediterranean food. But I said it was kind of expensive, and she said, don't worry, I got money, I'll take care of everything. She wanted me to order a cake for Robert, and I got us a really nice table, and she took care of all the expenses.
Okay.
Sustained.
And so she told you she was going to pay for the party?
Correct.
For everybody?
For everybody.
She asked you to find a place for her?
Yeah, she asked me to organize it.
And did you tell her that this restaurant would be expensive?
Yes, I did.
And is that when she told you she's got money and she would take care of everything?
She did.
Okay. Looking at page 3 of the text messages, did she text you, I think we're good for Wednesday, birthday party, we will be 7 all together, that okay?
Yes.
And that's on April 25th of 2017?
26th.
Sorry, thank you. I have terrible eyesight, even with lenses. And then subsequently, did you respond, dinner at what time did you finalize? And then Marrakesh question mark.
Yes, because she needed to give a credit card,
Okay.
so I didn't know if she finalized the thing or not.
And then in May, on May 2nd, did the defendant send you this text message? Let me know if you and Michelle can join us by the pool tomorrow so we can reserve cabana.
Yes, she did.
And did you and Michelle go and join them at the cabana at the pool area at the hotel?
No, because my wife was not.
I'm sorry? After no, that'd be sustained.
Okay. And then did you respond, as we see here at the top of page 5? Unfortunately, no, we are both working during the day until about 6. Thank you for thinking of us. Dinner is at 8 at Marrakesh as planned. The owner will have a cake there.
Correct.
Later that next day, on May 3rd, did she then ask you what time should we leave the Badara to be there at 8?
Yes.
Did you know that they were staying at the Badara when they came back in May, the
I
beginning
don't
of May?
recall, but I didn't really have a conversation about where they were staying with them.
But she told you that she wanted to know what time to leave the Badara to make it to the restaurant, correct?
When she sent me the text, then I knew.
Okay.
But until then, we didn't have a conversation about it.
All right. And as we looked at in the photographs from yesterday, in People's Exhibit 205, there was a group of you for dinner that night, correct?
Correct.
And is that when you first met Al Birdsong?
Yes, that was the first time I met Al.
Okay. And did Rob tell you it was his old roommate from Las Vegas?
Yes.
And at that point, did you also meet the other couple, Ricardo and Sheila?
Yes.
Okay. And who paid for everything that night?
Monica did.
Actually not. It's overruled.
I'm sorry.
Monica did.
Okay. And after the dinner, did your wife, Michelle, did she go home?
Yes, Michelle went home after dinner.
And did Monica tell you where she wanted to go next?
Yes, Monica wanted to go to a strip club.
Okay. And so did you all go to a strip club that night?
All of us did except for Michelle.
Okay. And when you went to the strip club again, was this a place like a nightclub where you could order drinks and things of that nature?
A strip club's kind of like a nightclub, but you have to get, if you want a place to sit, you have to get bottle service.
What is that?
Like basically you get a bottle of vodka and it costs like $300 or $400 plus tip. And I told them they didn't have to get that because I had connections, so we could have just gotten the seat. But Monica wanted to get a bottle, and then I got them the VIP seat, and we all went in there through the back through the VIP.
Okay. And so you guys sat at a table, and Monica ordered a bottle of something?
Correct.
Okay. And who paid for that?
Monica did. I got everybody in for free, but she.
Sustained.
Okay. You got everybody in for free, so the only thing she wound up paying for at the club would be the bottle service?
Whatever the expenses were, yes.
Okay. And was everybody there ordering drinks?
Everybody was except me and Rob.
Okay. Any idea that night what the bill came to at the strip club?
No, because I left
Okay.
shortly after.
Now, during the March trip and the May trip, you had now spent some time with Monica and Rob. With respect to their relationship, who did it appear was in charge?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
In terms of who was making the decisions as to what you all were doing and what was being ordered and things of that nature, who was making those decisions?
100.
Sustained.
Did the defendant tell you that she got comped at the Vidara because she gambles?
Yes.
Did you talk to Robert Baker about the fact that Monica appeared to be ordering him around?
Objection, speculation, irrelevant.
Sustained on the second ground.
What was the defendant's behavior at the strip club, if you could describe for us?
She was wild, crazy. She was grabbing breasts. She was ordering
When you say breasts, whose breasts?
the dancers, exotic dancers' breasts, and she was very loud and obnoxious. And she ordered a dance for Sheila.
It's overruled.
What do you mean ordered a dance for Sheila?
She basically got a girl to give a dance to Sheila, which made Ricardo very upset, and they were fighting.
Okay. And was she doing anything? I know you talked about the night before at the nightclub that she was humping Rob. Did she do anything with respect to Rob that night?
It's overruled. At this point, it's overruled.
No, because Rob and her got in a fight because the way Monica was acting.
Okay. At any point in time, did you see her grabbing Rob's private parts?
Overruled.
That night, I don't remember, but she certainly did the night before, twice, at the restaurant and at the nightclub.
Okay. Did you describe her behavior to law enforcement as very dominant and bullying?
Yes.
Sustained. Stricken.
Did you observe any behavior from her, statements from her, with respect to jealousy?
Yes.
Sustained.
Did she tell you that Rob makes her better?
Yes, she did.
And did she use a certain term or a term of endearment to refer to Rob during the times that you were with them as a couple?
She called him baby.
It's overruled.
I'm sorry?
She called him baby.
Was that something that she used on a repeated basis throughout
Yes.
the times you were with them?
Yes.
At any time during the second trip to Las Vegas in May of 2017, did she ever mention to you that she had been previously married?
No.
Sustained.
I have nothing further.
You may cross.
Good morning, Mr. Ray.
Good morning.
Just one moment. You mentioned you have known Mr. Robert Baker since 2012. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would you say you guys were close friends since then? Up until the time he got arrested?
Yes and no.
So would you say you were closer when he was still living in Vegas?
Yes.
And then when did he move out of Las Vegas?
I'm not really sure. I would think maybe 2016, but once he left, we would speak maybe every 6 months or something like that.
And you guys would talk on Facebook, right? And also communicate through WhatsApp?
And phone. Facebook was here and there, but mainly phone. We talk on the phone. And
Okay. And you used WhatsApp too also to communicate with Mr. Baker?
yeah, I think so. Mainly phone, though.
Mainly phone calls is what
Mainly
you're saying?
phone calls. And when we came to LA, he would meet up, whatever, with us.
Okay, so Robert Baker came to your house multiple times, though, after he had left Las Vegas, correct?
No.
No.
Actually, when we were in Vegas, he came to our house only twice. And afterwards, he only came once the day I met Monica.
And that was that March visit?
March visit.
And so back in 2016, when you guys started communicating on Facebook, as we saw those messages, how long had it been since you guys last spoke?
Probably 6-7 months.
So you guys were essentially catching up during that conversation, correct?
Correct.
And you remember him telling you things about this new girl he's been seeing, correct?
Correct.
And prior to that, you've never met Monica or seen her in person, correct?
Correct.
And in 2016, when he was telling you all those things about Monica, he also told you that she was a tenured professor, correct?
Correct.
And you were then interviewed in 2017, I believe, August or September, by law enforcement, correct?
I think September, yes.
And during that interview, you realized that Robert Baker had lied to you during that 2016 Facebook conversation, right?
Correct.
And he told you that Monica was a tenured professor, which you found out wasn't true, correct?
Well, I'm going to object and assume facts not in evidence. That might have been what she said.
Sustained.
When we were having dinner,
Question pending.
But you did realize during that communication with the police that Robert Baker had lied to you in that Facebook conversation, correct?
when Michelle and I were having lunch with him at P.F. Chang's, we realized that was a lie because we could tell she wasn't a tenured professor.
Okay. But you had never met Monica until that March visit, correct?
Correct.
At P.F. Chang's.
Correct.
And you met Baker, I believe, when you came to Los Angeles in February, right? When you guys played basketball?
We played in Vegas.
It was in Vegas, so Robert Baker came to you in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And then you guys went to have lunch, correct?
Dinner, we got done playing at midnight and went to have sushi right across the street at midnight.
Okay, and you guys continued to talk about his girl that he's seeing, correct?
Correct.
And Robert Baker, without Monica being there, told you at that time that she planned to buy him a house in Vegas, correct?
Correct. And Monica repeated that during lunch.
But Monica wasn't there in February, correct?
No, in March.
Well, you saw Monica in May. Did she ever buy a house in Vegas?
No, in March, Monica came to Vegas with Robert when I first met Monica.
Yeah.
She told me she wanted to buy a house for Robert in Las Vegas.
I understand that, but you then saw Monica again in May, and she had never purchased a house, correct?
Right, correct.
Well, I'm going to object. That would call for speculation.
I don't allow that.
Which is right.
No.
And
Robert, can we approach for a moment?
Sure. Continue, Mr. Babich.
Okay, so the only 2 times you had ever met Monica was that Vegas visit in March and the Vegas visit in May, correct?
Correct.
After that Vegas visit in March, you said you were embarrassed by Monica, correct?
Correct.
With how she was acting,
Correct.
but you still communicated with her and helped her plan Robert Baker's birthday trip in Vegas in May, correct?
Correct.
Did you help plan that birthday trip because you had a bunch of connections in Las Vegas?
Well, Rob was my friend, and I was doing it for Rob. And yes, because I knew people, it was easier for me to coordinate stuff and get better deals.
Get better deals.
Trying to save Monica money.
Save Monica money, and also get maybe the birthday party into places that would be hard to get into, correct?
Correct.
And you had connections with, I believe you said, a person at that strip club, right, who gave you access to the VIP table with no cover charge or no minimum?
Correct.
And you left that strip club prior to Monica paying the bill, correct?
That's correct.
So you don't know if Monica paid the bill that night, correct?
I know Monica paid the bill because the manager of the club told me that.
The manager told you that afterwards?
Yeah, because usually if I took somebody in, I followed up on it to make sure that the person left tip and took care of the staff, because it's my reputation at that point.
And your reputation's important to you, correct?
Correct.
Why did you help Monica plan Robert Baker's birthday trip when you knew she was an embarrassing person back in March?
Because I was doing it for Rob. In fact, my wife did not want to go to that party, and I talked her into coming because I was like, it's just for Rob. Because I had no idea what happened at that point, right? So I'm thinking, this is just a birthday party. I'm helping a friend.
Yeah, correct. But then you also reached out to Monica on your own on June 29th in 2017. Isn't that right?
June 20. Yeah, I sent him a short film that I directed and produced to show them because I had no idea what they had committed.
You don't know what they had committed
Exactly.
even till this day. But you reached out to Monica.
Well, I'm gonna object
I was sending that to Rob.
counsel- Excuse me. I'm gonna object to counsel's testimony.
Sustain.
Thank you. You, by yourself, reached out to Monica on June 29, 2017, correct?
Correct.
You knew of Robert Baker's history in the porn industry, correct?
Correct.
And you knew the lifestyle that came with, correct?
When I met Robert, he was nothing like what a typical person in porn would do. He was very normal. I don't hang out with, I'm very particular about who I hang out with. And Robert was, we played, most of the time we just laughed, joked, played racquetball. That was the extent of our relationship. I've never seen him do drugs, smoke, drink, do anything, fight.
But you called Robert a womanizer, isn't that correct?
Well, he would talk to girls when he was single, once him and Tracy weren't together, yes.
But you specifically told the police back in 2017 that Robert was a womanizer, correct?
Sure.
And one moment, Your Honor. Didn't during that conversation in February, wasn't Robert the one that told you that Monica was going to open up all these salons?
No, I don't recall that conversation. In fact, I had no idea Monica was in the salon business at all. And there might be a possibility she spoke to my wife during the lunch at P.F. Chang's, but I
Your
didn't
Honor,
know.
move to strike. There's no question pending. Thank you. Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a page from the transcript of your audio interview in 2017 with the police?
It would, but there was multiple conversations happening
Your
at
Honor,
that time.
may I approach?
Which counsel?
Page 61, lines 24 through 25.
Thank you.
Can you just read lines 24 and 25 to yourself? Silently. and let me know when you're done.
I'm done.
So you started saying she told me, but then you changed it to he told me that they're going to open up all these salons all over, correct?
The detective led the conversation, and at that time there's multiple conversations going on, but I distinctively remember I did not know anything about a salon business, and when the detective said it, I think the transcription is wrong over there because I didn't know at that time.
So the detectives led the entire conversation
That,
with you.
if you look at the line before, the detectives led the conversation. It wasn't me.
Yeah, but I'm just asking you, throughout that interview, the detectives essentially led that entire conversation.
No, just that part.
Just that part.
Yes.
I want to go back to where you said that Miss Sementilli told you that she was going to buy houses for Robert Baker. Isn't it true in the interview that you said that actually Robert Baker told me that she wants to buy property out here, not Miss Sementilli?
No, it's not true.
Your Honor, would it help refresh your recollection if I showed you a page?
You're speaking about two different incidents.
Well, I'm talking about the one incident when you were speaking with just Robert Baker.
So you're talking about February.
Yes.
He did not testify that his memory needs to be refreshed.
Understood.
He was to impeach
If you're talking about February, yes,
It was just Robert Baker, correct?
just Robert Baker.
No, it's overruled.
Just trying to clarify, Your Honor. Thank you. You got bottle service for free, right?
No, the bottle service wasn't free. You didn't have to get a bottle, but she chose to get a bottle and then she paid for it.
Well, didn't you tell the detectives previously that you would get bottles if you asked for bottles from your connections?
Again, I'm gonna object, it's not inconsistent with what he testified to.
I said I have the option to get bottles, get the table without having to get a bottle. So normally in Vegas, you have to, if you want to get a booth, you have to order bottles. I had the option to get the booth without having to get bottles, and people can order individual drinks.
And isn't it true that in Vegas there's also a minimum to get tables usually?
That's correct.
And there was no minimum for you guys, correct?
That's correct.
And what is the typical minimum?
Depends. If you go to a nightclub, it's $1,000 or more. If you go to a strip club, it could be anywhere from $300 to $1,000, depending on what weekend it is and what's going on.
Understood. You, outside of those two visits with Monica and Rob in Vegas, you never saw Monica again, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever speak to Robert after those two visits in Vegas?
No.
Did you ever tell Robert that, hey, I don't like Monica, after they had both left Vegas?
After they left Vegas? No.
One moment, Your Honor.
Anything further about the people?
Briefly. When the detectives came to speak to you, you told them, this was September 28th of 2017, that you did not know the defendant had been previously married.
That's correct.
You also told them that you had no idea the defendant was a widow.
Correct.
And you don't know whether or not the defendant purchased any property in Las Vegas or not.
Correct.
Okay. And you also didn't know, when you were interviewed by law enforcement, that the defendant and Baker had been arrested.
Correct.
Nor did you know when that occurred.
Correct.
And when you reached out to the defendant on June 29th of 2017, I want to make sure that we're clear on the year, you were unaware that they were in custody at the time and couldn't respond.
Correct.
It's overruled.
With respect to opening the salons, the line prior to what was asked on cross-examination was a detective saying she taught people to open up their own salons and business, stuff like that, by the way. Was that what was said to you before your statement?
I believe so. When I was going through my own statements,
Yes.
can I speak?
Well-
I felt like some of these things didn't make sense.
Overruled.
Okay. And so you recall them saying that prior to you responding?
Yeah.
Do you need to look at the transcript?
No.
Okay. And you told the detectives about the things the defendant had said to you, that Monica had said to you, as well as things Robert had said to you, correct?
Correct. I think she said that to my wife, and that's how I know about the salon thing.
Okay. In other words,
Excuse me. It's overruled.
you were trying to be today specific to what was asked of you,
Correct.
or what was said to you.
Correct.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Babbage? Nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Ray, and you are excused. I can see counsel at sidebar momentarily. Thank you for your patience.
Wait, Warner, people call Caesar Aviles?
Right, sir, and if you could please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
My name is Cesar Aviles, C-E-S-A-R, Aviles, A-V-I-L-E-S.
Thank you. Sir, how is it that you're employed?
I'm a sales manager at a car dealership.
Okay. And back in 2017, were you similarly employed?
Yes, ma'am.
In 2017, which dealership did you work for?
DCH Ford of Thousand Oaks.
And were you also working there prior to 2017?
Yes, ma'am, since 2012.
Do you know someone by the name of Monica Sementilli?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see her in court today?
Jesus. Can't.
No?
No.
Okay. Looking at this woman over here in the cream-colored jacket,
Yes.
looking at her face, is that Monica Sementilli?
Objection, Your Honor. The question's been asked and answered.
Oh, well, this.
Is that her?
I'm not 100% sure. It's been so many years, so
Okay. She looked very different, if that's her?
yes, that is correct, yes.
All right. Did you also meet someone at the Ford dealership in Thousand Oaks by the name of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's been marked as People's 13, this gentleman here, do you recognize this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Fabio?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you meet him at the dealership as well?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your job or your title at the Ford dealership in Thousand Oaks?
At that particular time, I was a finance manager.
And what were your responsibilities as the finance manager at the Ford dealership?
Going over contracts and getting them signed.
By people who are purchasing vehicles?
That is correct.
Explaining the details?
Yes, ma'am.
Talking to them about some of the additional options someone could purchase, such as maintenance contracts and add-ons to your vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were you the finance manager who handled the paperwork for the lease on Fabio Sementilli's Ford F-150?
That is correct.
that you leased to Fabio Sementilli.
Yes, ma'am.
When he came to the dealership to lease his vehicle, did he bring his wife, Monica, with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. In 2017, did you come in contact once again with Fabio's wife, Monica Sementilli, at the Ford dealership?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's been previously marked as People's 140, page number 1. Do you recognize this individual here?
Yes, ma'am.
So rule.
Who is this?
Monica Sementilli.
Okay. That's how she looked when you met
Yes,
her
ma'am.
with Fabio, as well as in 2017 when she came back to the dealership.
Yes, ma'am.
Please don't touch. When she came back to the dealership in 2017, was she driving the black Ford F-150 that you had leased to Fabio?
Yes, ma'am, as I recall, yes.
When she initially came back in February, March of 2017, was she brought into you by one of your salespeople?
That is correct.
And who was that?
Gail, Burlingame?
Did you see her today?
Yes, ma'am.
And what, if anything, did the defendant tell you she wanted to do at that point in time when Miss Burlingame brought her into your office?
She wanted to go over the options about trading in the car or returning the car. Those are the things that I handle. At that time, I was the sales manager.
Okay.
So I gave her the different options.
Okay. And at that point, did she tell you that her husband had been killed?
Yes, ma'am. It was communication, and it was stated to Gail and myself. Yes, ma'am.
And what did she tell you about her husband's murder?
She was crying, and she had stated that her husband had been killed while inside the vehicle in the parking lot of her property.
She told you that he had been killed inside of that vehicle that you had leased to Fabio?
As I recall, yes, ma'am.
Did she tell you that because he had pulled into the driveway, was murdered inside the vehicle, that she wasn't comfortable driving the vehicle anymore?
Sustained.
Did she tell you why she didn't want to keep the vehicle?
She was not comfortable driving the vehicle around because of the accident on the vehicle, because her husband had been killed while inside the vehicle. Yes, ma'am.
She didn't describe it as an accident. She said he had been killed?
Killed. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
At any point in time, did she say to you that one of the reasons she wanted to return the car was because of the price?
No, ma'am.
Sustained.
Did she say anything, did she mention anything to you with respect to price?
No, ma'am.
How long of a meeting was this first one?
Within probably 30 to 45 minutes at most with myself. I know it was a little bit longer with Gail, though.
During this 30 to 45 minutes with you, did she cry throughout the meeting?
Throughout the meeting, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, throughout the meeting.
Okay. And at that point, did you explain what her options were?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you offer to do, given that she told you her husband had been murdered or killed inside the vehicle?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. What did you offer to do to assist her, given that she told you her husband had been killed inside the vehicle?
That she could trade in the vehicle or purchase another vehicle if she wanted to.
Okay. So you told her she could just return the car and
Yes.
be done?
I love that part.
Yes, ma'am.
She didn't need to purchase a new car or extend the lease or anything like that?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you also tell her that if she wished that you would assist her or someone at the dealership would assist her with a new car if she wanted?
Yes, ma'am.
During her 30 to 45-minute meeting with you, when she was crying, did she use her phone at all?
Throughout the whole 30 minutes, a couple of times, maybe 3 or 4 times. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And could you hear the person's voice on the other end?
It was a male for sure. I just didn't know who he was.
Okay. And that day, did she actually return her husband's Fabio's Ford F-150 truck?
Not on that particular day, no.
Okay. Did she drive off in the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
On April 3rd of 2017, did Monica Sementilli return to the dealership?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did she tell you she wanted to do on that day?
She wanted to return the vehicle and purchase a new vehicle.
Okay. And was she working still with Gail Burlingame at this point in time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was her behavior the same, the demeanor the same as it was on the prior occasion when she met with you and was crying for that 30 to 45-minute visit?
Not as I recall, ma'am, no.
What was her conduct like on that day?
Very jovial, laughing, smiling a lot more. There was no crying going on.
Given that there's only a couple months left on the Ford F-150 lease, did you agree to buy out the remainder of the lease?
We just,
Sustained?
Was there only a couple months left on the lease at that point in time?
as I recall, yes, ma'am.
And what did you offer to do?
We could just return it back to Ford.
So you weren't going to charge her for the next couple months?
Correct.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, later on that day, as the sales manager, did you go over paperwork with her as it related to the buyout of the truck that you were going to buy out the rest of the lease and the purchase of a new vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall what vehicle it was that she was purchasing that day?
A Ford Mustang GT.
Your Honor, I have a sales contract that is 5 pages in length, along with a photograph of the front and driver's compartment of a black Mustang with red interior. May they be marked as People's 209?
Yes.
The photograph has a 7 in the lower left corner. Showing you what's been marked as the photo to the packet for People's 209. Do you recognize this vehicle here?
As I recall, yes, ma'am, yes.
And is that the vehicle that was sold to Monica Sementilli on the date of April 3rd of 2017?
As I recall, yes.
Showing you the sales contract or the lease contract for the vehicle. Do you recognize what you're looking at here?
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at the top portion of the contract, is this a document that you filled out on the date of April 3rd of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you type up or place into the document the salesperson's name, Gail Burlingame, that you told me about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is this the sales contract Monica Sementilli on April 3rd
Yes, ma'am.
of 2017. Okay. I want to ask you some questions about this. Did you discuss with her various options that come or you could order for the vehicle?
As part of my job, I do describe the different options that you're able to purchase. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did did Monica Sementilli conduct any negotiations with you on price?
No, ma'am.
And did you discuss with her not only the options that you could add on to your vehicle, such as rims and extras, but the price for each of those options?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Monica Sementilli, in fact, purchase all available options?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did that increase the base price of the vehicle
Yes.
by approximately how much?
Anywhere from $6,000 to $7,000, roughly.
Okay. And one of those options, did that include things like a prepaid maintenance contract
Yes, ma'am.
for the vehicle? During this conversation that you had with her relating to the lease of the new vehicle, did she call anybody?
Yes, ma'am. On various occasions, yes.
Okay. And how long do you think that conversation took place with her on the date that she leased the new Mustang?
Between her and me,
Yes.
probably another 30 minutes to 45.
Okay. And approximately how many phone calls did she make that time?
As I recall, about 2 or 3 again.
Okay. And could you hear a voice on the other end of the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it appear to again be a male voice?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
At some point during the process, did her male companion show up at the dealership?
Never got to see him physically, but I was advised by Gail that he was in fact at the dealership.
Okay. At any point, did he come in and try to negotiate price with you?
Yes, ma'am. Not with me personally, no, ma'am. It was more about, I guess, going over with her, but never negotiate anything with me personally. I never got to meet him.
So the total amount of this particular lease with all of the options was $62,271, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And on this contract, did she actually sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she provide you with her home address?
Yes, ma'am.
This would be the fourth page of the contract. Did she also fill in some of the information on the contract, including her address, her driver's license number, her home and cell phone numbers, as well as her business?
That's filled in by the salesperson by information given by the customer. So
Okay. And on the contract as well,
Let me interrupt one moment. I still need to see council sidebar. Forgive
puts down or provides information for references
That is correct.
and signs at the bottom.
Yes.
So on this particular contract, it says Deborah Obad and Ernie Valorano along with their contact information.
Overruled.
Correct. Sorry.
I have nothing further.
Ms. Burke?
Good morning, Mr. Avil.
Good morning.
So, back in 2017, you were a car salesman, manager at the
Manager,
DCH
yes, ma'am.
dealership.
Yes, ma'am.
You regularly sold cars and discussed credit arrangements and leases, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you, in fact, met Fabio Sementilli and Monica Sementilli when Fabio originally came in to lease the truck,
Correct.
And do you have the terms of that lease, or were you ever asked to produce that actual lease for the truck?
For the F-150,
Yes.
no, ma'am. No.
You never looked for it?
No.
Okay. Do you remember the terms of the lease?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And when you first met Monica Sementilli again, that was sometime in March of 2017?
As I recall, yes.
Okay. Do you remember what date?
I do not.
Okay. And had she called the dealership first because she had received a notice that the lease was going to be up on the truck?
No, ma'am. Not that I'm aware of. That was never brought to me, so I wouldn't know.
Miss Birmingham never told you
No,
that?
ma'am.
Okay. But when you first encountered her again, when did you first meet her? When did Fabio Sementilli first lease the truck? Do you know?
I don't recall the exact time.
Okay.
No.
Do you remember whether it was a 3-year lease, a 4-year lease?
Normally, it's an average of 3 years, but in this particular case, I do not recall.
Did you say normally it was for 3 years?
Normally, it's 3 years, but I don't recall in this particular case.
So when you first encountered her for the second time, it was her coming into the dealership to talk about the lease on the truck, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And she gave information which you looked up on the lease to familiarize yourself again with the lease?
Yes, ma'am.
And you looked up the lease and determined that it was only in Fabio's name, correct?
I don't recall. I don't particularly recall that.
Okay. Did you look up the lease information?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
And if a lease is in someone's name, but not the person trying to transfer the lease or assume the lease, they're not allowed to do that.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And you informed Ms. Sementilli about what the options were for the lease at that point, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point in March, you said there were 2 or 3 months left on the lease?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure on that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you told her at the time that the lease couldn't be transferred to her name, correct?
If her name wasn't in it, then yes, I would have said that. I would have made that statement. Yes, ma'am.
Why not object then? It causes speculation.
Be happen custom. I'll allow that.
And you did not, at that time, agree, you didn't prepare any documents for waiving the payments, the remaining payments on the lease, am I correct?
That would be correct, yes.
And so when you testified earlier about giving Ms. Sementilli options at that time on the lease, what specifically did you tell Ms. Sementilli?
So the different options about returning the vehicle or purchasing another vehicle. We also have the option on a case like that that we could buy the vehicle and sell it right back to a different customer. So we can purchase the vehicle as a dealership and flip it over and sell it to somebody else. Easy.
Okay, but it was a leased truck, correct?
Correct.
So she still owed whatever remaining lease payments on the truck, correct?
Correct.
She was responsible for that, and you let her know that?
Yes,
Okay.
if I did, yes.
And you don't remember whether it was 2 or 3 months?
I do
but
not.
in March, close to that.
Sure.
And the other option you gave her was for you to purchase the vehicle?
Correct.
But who would you be purchasing it from?
Directly from Ford. So it goes back to Ford. And as a dealership and as a selling dealership, we have the first option. We can just buy it automatically and retail it right away.
Got it. So you weren't offering her to pay her for anything to buy the truck, correct?
Not as I recall, no.
And you said the other option you gave her was to buy a new car?
Correct.
And as you recall, she left that day with the truck,
Yes, ma'am.
having been informed she needed to make the remaining payments, right?
Correct.
And she didn't buy a car.
Correct.
Okay. And then the next time you saw Miss Sementilli was on the date that she returned the truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was, to your recollection, April 3rd,
Yes, ma'am.
2017?
Yes.
Okay. So that was March, April, that was about a month after you had last spoken to her,
Yes, ma'am.
approximately.
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Got it. And did you ever determine whether the payments had been made on the truck?
Not I do not recall right now, no.
Mr. Abil, showing you the prosecution's exhibit 209, page 1. This is the sales contract you negotiated with Miss Sementilli on the date you sold her a new car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I think you were asked before, the sales associate that was credited with selling the car was a Gail Birmingham?
Burlingame.
I'm sorry, Burlingame?
Yes.
Okay. And at sales associates, they would work on commission at your
That is correct.
place of employment?
Yes.
How would that work exactly? What in 2017 would be the percentages in terms of?
About 20% of profit margin.
It's irrelevant.
Still a rule.
I'm sorry?
About 20% of profit margin.
Okay. They would get in their pocket?
Correct. That's how they get compensated, yes.
Council, let me interrupt. Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The evidence applies. I'll see you here in 15 minutes. Defendants present, all counsel are present, jury and also present. Ms. Aviles, you are still under oath, and the defense may continue with their cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon, or good morning again, Mr. Aviles. During the break, you spoke with Ms. Silverman.
Yes,
She
ma'am.
came over and spoke to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell us what was discussed? What
Sure.
she said? Yeah.
Sure. She just told me that she was going to ask me more questions.
Okay.
That's what she
She
said.
told you she was going to ask you more questions?
Yes.
Okay, great. Mr. Aviles, when we left off, we were discussing the contract that you negotiated for the sale of the Mustang with Ms. Sementilli in April, I think it's April 3, 2017.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had discussed the commission system, and you were discussing the terms of the sales agreement that you negotiated, correct?
Correct.
Did you negotiate the sale price, or was that Ms. Burlingame?
So as a sales manager, I normally would give the first offer for sheet to the salesperson. She will present it, and if there are any issues, then I will go in. And at that particular time, I'm not 100% if I was involved in negotiating that particular deal, but I know that I worked the deal. My name is on paper, yes, ma'am.
And you, when you say you worked the deal, is it fair to say that you told Ms. Sementilli about additional things she could purchase on the car if she chose to complete the sale?
That is correct,
Okay.
yes.
And you recall doing that, correct?
As I remember, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And am I correct that when Ms. Sementilli purchased this vehicle in April of 2017, all that she paid DCH Ford was $1,000 to take the car?
Not accurate. She did not give us anything. There was no money involved. The $1,000 that you see in the contract, it's a rebate from the manufacturer. So there was nothing out of her pocket.
So when you placed this $1,000 on the purchase contract
Yes.
as the down payment, you did not require her to pay that. You simply applied the $1,000 from the rebate.
That is correct.
Okay. So in order for Ms. Sementilli to take the car home that day, she financed the entire car on credit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And she paid nothing
Nothing.
to take it. And in fact, am I correct that she financed the car over the next 8 years?
If I recall, it's 75 months, so that will be six and a half.
Okay. Drawing your attention to page 1 of People's Exhibit 209, where it speaks about the price and date of the final payment on the car being 10/18/25.
Right.
Isn't that next October?
So it's 77 months if you see on top. So it's 78 months.
Okay, why would she be paying money on the 96th month?
That will be her last payment. I don't know. That's a 23. Is that a 25?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
No, I can't see it clearly, ma'am. But it's a 77 months purchase. You can see it on the contract in there.
You wish, counsel, you can remove the exhibit and approach the witness with the exhibit.
Sure. May I show you?
Yeah,
the-
absolutely.
Thank you.
I have to tell you that it makes not that much difference because I'm not wearing my glasses, but I'm trying.
worries.
Before.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Sorry.
I could make a lot of money with a rental.
I can't tell. It looks to me like a 23 or it could be a 25.
That's the only thing we have
Yes.
here. Try this.
Thank you, sir.
You know, getting old is Not for the brave.
Oh, that's a 25.
25?
Yes, ma'am.
So that would mean she had put the car on credit and financed it through October of 25, which would be over 8 years,
Okay.
correct?
Yes, okay, yes.
Okay. And you then discussed with her, well, am I correct that the actual cash price of the motor vehicle and accessories on the car was not $62,000 but $43,590? Is that correct? It says cash price of motor vehicle and accessories.
No, that's just the actual price of the vehicle. That does not include accessories.
Okay, so when it says cash price of motor vehicle and accessories, it does not include accessories.
No, there is a breakdown if you go further down that it will show it to you.
Okay, terrific. And going down, the two listed on the sales contract on this first page are theft protection. Is that right? Basic WGP 5,000. That's a theft anti.
That's GAP. Yes, GAP.
Okay, what is that?
You can call it theft protection, so similar to it. In case of an accident and the car gets totaled and the insurance doesn't pay for it, they will pay it.
Okay, and that's something she asked for, correct?
I do not recall. That was presented to her, yes. I normally have it a percent and everything on it, but I don't recall if she did specifically ask for it.
Okay, fair enough. And the next is some kind of scratch maintenance protections called permaplate.
Correct.
And that's a coating to prevent scratches on the car?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then she also agreed, and again, these warranty service, these are things you offered her or she asked for?
We offer them initially 100% of the time at the front. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So we did offer.
Okay. And she bought for the 8 years she was going to be financing the car. She bought an extended service contract.
Correct.
Okay. She got oil replacement.
Yes.
Over the lifetime of the vehicle.
Yes.
Maintenance protection, and then she got an extended warranty. Correct.
So 3-for-1, those are optional packages that I don't remember what that involves. So that's a completely different package.
Okay, but it's an extended warranty through Ford?
The extended warranty is on line 1.
Okay.
So the one that you see in there on line 3, that's a completely different package that was sold to her.
But it's something to do with, as Section I says, service?
Sure.
Okay, so it's something service related?
Sure.
Okay. Can you tell me on this contract, Mr. Aviles, where does it say that she purchased any extras like rims or anything to do with extra accessories on the car?
You won't show it. If it's not in the contract, she did not purchase them. So you will have to be showing in there in the contract.
Okay. And you don't see anything like that in the contract, correct?
Yeah, from where I'm looking at, no.
Okay. And you also know that a large portion of the money that Ms. Sementilli spent on the car was to pay for the credit, to pay for the financing, correct?
$6,246 is what they charge. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And Mr. Avil, am I correct that you at some point overheard Ms. Sementilli on the phone with someone on the April 3rd visit where she purchased the car that you thought was a man?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you also hear her speaking to her daughter?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did you, in that meeting with Ms. Sementilli, did you or did you not meet a gentleman in person?
I did not. No, ma'am.
Okay. But when you were interviewed previously, correct, in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you spoke to a Detective Mitzi Roberts?
Yes, ma'am.
And she called you on the telephone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how did she get your number? Do you know?
Through Gail.
Okay. And when she called you, you specifically told her that Monica was with a man during the purchase of the car, and the man had way too much insight. Do you remember telling her that?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you told her that the man had the last say on all of the decisions on the car?
Don't recall saying that, but he did have a lot of insight into the purchase. But I don't recall saying that particular phrase.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you describe what the man did?
She kept calling and going over the different offers,
Okay.
and then she will hang up. We will go through different options, and then she will call again, and then she will hang up, and then we'll go through different options, and she will call again.
Okay. I think you did you tell the detective that the man had the last say in everything?
Can't recall, ma'am.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the
Sure.
report of what you said?
Absolutely.
This is page 1 of Detective Roberts' statement form. Directing your attention to the last
Yes, ma'am.
paragraph.
This one right here.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
So you told Detective Roberts that this man had the last say in everything. Is that correct?
If I said that at that time, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is something you heard on the telephone?
This is based on the information that she was giving him, and based on the fact that she agreed to the terms after she had run the contract over with him, after she had gone over different options. That's the reason why.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes,
No further
ma'am.
questions.
Redirect?
Yes.
Looking at Exhibit 29,
I'm sorry, what was that exhibit number?
I'm sorry, 209, left out a digit. If the vehicle was financed over a period of 77 months, as you described, that was typical, that would be October 18th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't prepare anything on the first date that the Monica Sementilli came in February or March, because she didn't make any decisions that day.
That is correct.
But the day that she returned and you met with her on April 3rd, the date of the contract, that's when you prepared the paperwork, correct?
That is correct.
And on that first date is when you offered to buy the vehicle back from her so that she would have no further payments at that point.
That is correct.
But rather than doing that, taking you up on your offer, she drove off in Mr. Sementilli, the vehicle, the Ford F-150, that you had leased to him and his wife previously.
Yes, ma'am.
By the way, the value of the Ford F-150 versus the value or price of the new Mustang GT, which of those vehicles was more expensive at that time?
The Mustang GT.
By how much?
Based on the contract, by probably about 25,000,
$1,000?
yes.
Did you back in the Ford F-150 and walk away from the dealership owing nothing at all to the dealership.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that because she had explained to you that her husband had been murdered inside the vehicle?
Not only because of that, yes, the answer to the question, but when the lease is almost over and there is a deceased person, you can return it without a problem.
Okay. And I just wanted to ask you about one of the options. I think you said that, did you use the term gap insurance?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you 2 months ago for me? So, if you drive your brand new vehicle off the lot, within a certain amount of days of your brand new vehicle being driven off the lot, the gap insurance is gives you the full replacement value new for the vehicle, even though the vehicle may have depreciated once you drive it off the lot?
That only covers in the event that you're financing a vehicle. So if the vehicle is a total loss or it gets stolen or it's damaged, then your personal insurance will pay for it. GAP will pay the difference. Since you finance in the vehicle, you still have money owed.
So if the vehicle is totaled, then that gives you back that difference between the two, so that you get the full replacement value for a brand new car.
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to the 3-for-1 package option, that was, as you said, as you mentioned on page 2, an entirely separate additional package you could purchase.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is some of the items that drove up the cost of this particular Mustang over the base price.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And those were all of the things that you mentioned to her and that Monica Sementilli chose to purchase from you.
Yes, ma'am. Standard procedure to disclose everything.
I have nothing further.
Any requests?
Yes, just briefly. Mr. Avil, looking at, again, the 3-for-1, I believe you testified earlier that was also some kind of service-related package?
That is correct.
Okay. And when you mentioned before that you offered to Miss Sementilli on the first date you met with her when she was trying to discuss the lease on the truck, I think Ms. Silverman asked you if you offered to buy out the car, buy back from her? Or,
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you have a lease on a vehicle, am I correct that at the end of the lease, once the payments are made, you have the option of buying the vehicle if you're the leaseholder?
If you're the leaseholder, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on the lease that Fabio Sementilli had only in his name, the buyout on that Ford 150 truck was substantially less than the buyout price if Monica Sementilli was buying out the
I would
truck,
object.
correct?
Seems facts not in evidence that the lease was only in his name. As he
No,
said.
there's been testimony as to that. It's overruled.
Could you repeat the question,
Yes.
please?
The buyout for somebody purchasing the car who was not on the lease was more money than the lease if the leaseholder had bought out the car.
I believe so, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So if in this particular case, the buyout for Fabio Sementilli would have been $30,000. In Monica Sementilli's case, you told her if she wanted to buy out the lease, she would have to spend $44,000, correct?
Don't recall that conversation, ma'am. No.
Okay, but something more in terms of the amount, it was more than the original buyout for the leaseholder.
So it would have been more because we have to inspect the vehicle and normally there's cost to it. So it would have been more. How much? I don't recall.
Okay. And showing you just one more thing, you did not give Ms. Sementilli directing your attention to People's 209 section J, prior credit or lease balance paid by seller.
Correct.
You didn't give her any monies or credit
No.
for turning in the lease.
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Yes,
Anything
ma'am.
further by the people?
Just briefly, you didn't charge her for turning in the lease early either,
Correct.
and you applied $1,000 rebate.
Rebate.
I have nothing further.
Anything further?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Aviles.
Yes,
You're
sir.
excused.
Thank you, sir.
You may call the next witness.
Thank you. People call Gail, Burlingame.
Right there's fine. You can face me and raise your right hand.
No, just here.
Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give? Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand.
So are you new here?
And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Gail Burlingame, G-A-I-L. Burlingame is B-U-R-L-I-N-G-A-M-E.
Thank you. Are you currently retired, ma'am?
Yes.
And prior to retirement, where did you work?
My last job,
Yes.
I was consultant teacher for children with learning disabilities, reading and comprehension.
What about before that?
I was a private jet flight attendant, and before that, I sold cars for 5.5 months.
All right. So I want to talk to you about that. The time that you were selling cars. Where did you work?
DCH Ford in Thousand Oaks.
Okay. And did you sell a vehicle to someone by the name of Monica Sementilli?
Yes, I did.
Do you see her here in court today?
I'm looking for her. I don't know where she is. Where's the long hair? I don't even know where
Let me ask you, this lady over here in the beige jacket with the ponytail,
Yes.
is that Monica Sementilli?
Wow, girl, you look a little different. Yes.
Okay.
You had bangs before.
Thank you. Okay. Do you remember the transaction and the numerous conversations and meetings you had with her?
Yes, I do.
And why is it that you remember those conversations and this particular sale?
Well, I eventually found out her husband had died, and then she eventually told me that he had been murdered, and I felt horrific for her, and so it's like emotional connection to try and help her however I could.
Okay. Did you receive a phone call initially from her at some time in February of 2017?
Yes.
And during that very first conversation, what did she ask you, or what is it that she wanted from you?
She was worried about, she had a truck that the lease was coming due, and she said she wanted to talk to me about the truck and how she could possibly keep it.
Okay.
And it was in her husband's name and not hers.
That's what she told you?
Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you that it was a 2013 Ford F-150 truck?
Yes.
And besides the fact that she wanted to keep it, did she also mention anything with respect to her daughters?
Yes. As we got into conversations, she said that it was very important to keep the truck because the kids wanted it.
Okay.
And I totally understood that.
Okay. And so after the call, did you speak with your boss as well as corporate headquarters to try and assist her?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Who was the sales manager at that point, the person that was your boss?
Caesar.
Okay. Cesar Aviles?
Yes.
And at that point in time, did you and Caesar have some conversations? Just yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, did you have additional conversations with Monica Sementilli through phone calls, texts, emails, things of that nature?
Yes, I did.
And did those conversations take place over the next couple weeks?
At least, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I have an email between this witness and the defendant on a Celebrate extraction report for the defendant's Apple iPhone. Could I have this marked as People's 210?
Yes.
Showing you People's 210. And let's start at the bottom of the email. Let me show you the top first. If we go to the left here, was this your email address at DCH Ford of Thousand Oaks along with your name at the time you worked there?
Yes.
Okay. And I am, once again, you send her an email on February 19th, subsequent to the call that she made to you of 2017 at about 2:13 in the afternoon.
Yes.
And on that email, did you reach out to her and say, I hope your financial advisor was able to assist you with your questions one day at a time? You're in my thoughts and best wishes.
Yes, I did.
And was that based on the conversation that you had with her regarding her husband having died?
Yes.
And at that point in time, did you know anything other than the fact that he had passed away?
Not in the beginning. I didn't know. I just know he passed away. And then eventually she told me.
Okay. But other than the fact that he passed away, she never told you in that initial conversation what had happened?
Not at the beginning, no.
Okay. Now, over the next couple of months, in February and March, did the defendant come to the dealership to meet with you?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And that initial time when she came in February of 2017, did she come in to speak with you and bring in some paperwork?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And during that conversation, did she tell you what had happened to her husband?
Not the very first time, but the second time she told me.
Okay. And did she tell you that he had been murdered?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, did she discuss with you and with Caesar what her options were regarding the vehicle, the Ford F-150?
Yes.
When she came to the vehicle, was she driving her Ford F-150?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Did she have any conversations with you regarding money at that point in time?
Quite a bit.
And what did she tell you about that?
She first said, I have to wait to get some money. And I said, what do you mean? And she said, well, I don't have money right now. And I said, I was worried about her, about her having money and not being able to she could pay for the payment in the truck, but she acted like she didn't have any money to do anything else. Okay. So then eventually she told me that she was waiting for a life insurance policy.
It's overruled.
I'm sorry. She said what?
She was waiting for a life insurance policy.
So did she tell you that she also was desperate for money and couldn't pay her bills?
Yes.
And based on that, again, did you try to help her?
Of course.
Did she also tell you that she didn't have a job?
Yes.
No, this is overruled.
And did she tell you that things were very tough?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Did she also mention anything about an attorney?
Yeah, oh, yes.
What did she tell you about that?
Well, I questioned, I'm like, how long is this taking? You must be so worried about everything. And she's, yes. And I said, what's going on? She said, well, my attorney's working with everything and trying to get the money. And I said, well, I questioned her more, and she said that the police were checking into a lot of things. And
it is. Stricken.
She told you that her attorney was trying to get the money, the life
Yes.
insurance money?
Yes.
And she also mentioned law enforcement to you?
Yes.
And their investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you that she was going to Canada and would speak with you from Canada?
Yes.
During the time that she was at the dealership with you in February and March, did she make calls to what she told you were her attorney?
Yes.
Okay. And was that on a cell phone?
Yes.
And did it appear that she was having a conversation, a legal conversation about the life insurance?
Not really, no.
Why not? What was it?
It's overruled.
What was it about the conversation she was having with the individual on the cell phone that did not sound like an attorney?
It's overruled.
Go ahead.
She was kind of whispering and talking, and it wasn't like there weren't direct questions like what's going on with this case or my money or what. It was just like whispering and a lot of kind of thing. And so
Okay.
I'd ask her, and then she'd say, oh, they're still working on it.
Did you actually talk to her after that one time while she was still in Canada?
Are you asking me, did
Yeah.
I talk to her while she was in Canada?
Yeah.
I did.
Okay.
I thought I did. I don't even know.
I'm sorry?
I thought I did, but
Yeah.
right now I don't really know. But she said she was there.
Okay. So in other words, when she spoke to you, she told you she was in Canada?
Yes, she did.
And before she returned a third time, did you speak to her again by phone?
Yes.
And was her tone or demeanor any different than when you had spoken with her and seen her at the dealership prior to that date?
When she called me that time she told me that she had gotten the money, and I said, great. And she said, I want to come in. Do you want me to go further with the conversation?
Okay.
Do you want me to say more?
Yeah,
Okay,
I just want your answer.
Okay, so she said, I'm going to come in. I got the money. I said, okay, great. I said, okay, we're going to figure out how you can keep that truck. And then she said, well, we decided the kids don't want the truck anymore. And I was just, I was kind of appalled because I thought.
Sustained.
And
Stricken.
was when she told you that they were going to turn in the truck and they didn't want the truck anymore, did you ask her about that, since the prior conversations you had with her were all about trying to keep the truck because it was her dead husband's?
Yes. It was all about trying to keep the truck.
Okay.
And so when she said that, I was like, what? And then I tried to talk her into keeping it.
So did you ask her if the kids would be upset or devastated if she
I
turned
did.
in their father's truck?
I did. No, I did.
Hello,
This
that.
is true. I did. I told her I did.
And what did she say?
She just said, well, no, the kids, we decided we don't want it. The kids don't want it, so, but I need a car, so I'm just going to turn it in. I'm going to get a new car.
Okay. And did she seem much happier during this conversation than the ones you had previous, including when she came to the dealership?
Before it was
Overruled.
definitely about the money and worry, and then all of a sudden now she got the money and she was happy. Like,
Okay. She didn't seem worried anymore.
not a bit.
Okay. Showing you Exhibit 210. After your message that you sent to her saying, I just want to see how you were doing, hope your financial advisor was able to assist you, did she then respond and say, I just spoke with Ford Credit and they said to send a death certificate to them. I told them you have a copy. Mine are all at lawyers. Could you fax or email them the death certificate in my behalf?
Yes.
And after that conversation that you had with her where she said she had received the life insurance money and wanted to get a new car,
It's overruled.
that's exactly what happened, correct?
I'm sorry. I
It-
just spaced with all this. There's something buzzing up here. I am. So, okay. Focus. Back to you.
Hello.
Sorry.
So I just want to make sure, you told us that when she returned from Canada, or before she returned to the dealership the third time, when you spoke with her by phone, she told you that she had received the life insurance money, wanted to turn in the truck, and buy herself a new car. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. After that, did the defendant come in to the dealership to meet with you on April 3rd of 2017?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, did she reiterate to you that she had received her husband's life insurance, it had just taken longer than she had expected?
Sustained.
Yes.
What did she say to you?
Yes. Everything took a lot longer than I expected, she said. And I said yes. And she said she got the money and she didn't want to keep the truck and she was going to buy a car.
Okay. And did she seem to you to be upset, worried? What
No.
was her demeanor on that date?
Okay. On that day, her demeanor, she was very happy. And I was still trying to tell her to keep the truck.
Okay. So you guys were going in two different directions. Okay. And at that point in time, did she begin looking at new vehicles on the lot to purchase?
Yep, she did.
Did you, given her prior expressions to you about being broke and not having any money and being desperate for money, ask her what her budget was so that you could assist her in choosing a vehicle that would be appropriate?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say when you asked her what her budget was?
She said she didn't know.
Okay. And so initially, what did you do?
I said, okay, let's go out and look at the cars. So we went out, and I started with like a Ford Focus, a cheaper car, and we drove that. And then she said, oh, not this. And then we went to the next car up, and we drove that. And it kind of went on for like 4 hours or 5 hours. I was with her. We drove all these cars, and we finally got into one of up to the Mustang. She decided she was going to go that route. And she wanted a convertible. We finally found a convertible. We drove, and her demeanor then, she's like, "Oh my God, I feel like Thelma and Louise with you." So we, she was happy, and I'm like, "Okay." And then she's like, "But I don't want this car. I don't like the color."
What color was it?
I don't.
Doesn't matter.
It's like a silver. It
She
wasn't
didn't
black.
like the color of
She
the
wanted the
convertible.
black one.
Okay.
So we didn't have a convertible in that. So we did have the GT in black.
She wanted a black vehicle, and did she also want a certain color rim?
Yes. Oh, yeah. The rims were really important. She got the black rims, and she wanted to upgrade on that. And I said, yeah, okay.
Okay. And during the 4 to 5 hours that she was with you driving cars, did she keep leveling up to more expensive options?
Yep. We drove every car.
Okay. And did she make any phone calls in your presence during that day?
Yeah, she did. She made several.
So, did you try to talk her out of the Mustang GT?
It's overruled. It's overruled.
No, just that's what she wanted. I mean, I was hoping that she'd still keep the truck, but for the
Did
kids.
you tell her that the Mustang GT, the back seat, if she had kids, was like a
Oh
sardine
yeah,
can?
yeah, definitely. If you've been in a Mustang, your legs are all crunched up if you sit in the back.
Okay.
So obviously the kids weren't going to be riding in it.
Did you, when she finally settled on the new 2017 Mustang GT, did she say anything to you? That she had,
Yeah, she was happy. She's I got this car. I really love this. I feel like I can start my life again. I just feel like I have a new start. And, I was like, oh, you go. Good for you.
Now, at some point in time, you still felt bad for her, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I did feel bad
One
for
moment,
her.
ma'am. It's overruled.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I did feel bad for her because, obviously I'm with this woman whose husband got murdered, and,
She told you eventually when
Yeah,
she came in
Yeah, she did.
that her husband had been murdered.
Yeah. That was probably the second time. It was the second
Okay.
time.
Second time you met with her?
Yeah.
At some point during the 4 to 5 hours, did she talk to you, did she make a call to someone and then ask you about having perhaps a friend come in to assist her?
Yes, she did. Right at the end, yes.
Okay. And did she tell you that she wanted to have her friend drive the vehicle before she purchased it?
Yes, she did.
That was something she wanted to do?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And approximately 30 minutes later, after she made a call, did someone come into the dealership in Thousand Oaks?
Yes. A person came in that she named as her friend Robert.
Okay. Her friend Robert, showing you People's 14. Was this her friend Robert?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So he came into the dealership.
Yes, he did.
And at the point in time when he came in, were you guys out on the lot? Were you sitting in an office? Where were you?
We were in the office waiting.
Okay. And did she introduce this individual to you in People's 14 as her friend Robert?
Yes, she did.
And did she tell you and Robert that it was important that he liked the vehicle as well?
Yes.
And at that point, did you engage Robert in conversation?
Yes, I did. Just typical, like, what do you do?
And did the defendant tell you that he was a cop in New Orleans, but he quit?
Yes, she did.
Okay. once the defendant told you that he had been a cop in New Orleans, did you ask him questions about that?
Overruled.
I did ask him questions because I love New Orleans. And I said, oh, that must have been a tough job. I know that it can be tough in there. And he said, yes. And I said, so where did you work? Like in what parish or what ward? And he just said, all over. I go, oh, really? Did you work in the 9th Ward? And I have friends that live in the 9th Ward that are musicians, and it can be, you know. And so he didn't even know what the 9th Ward was. And so I just thought, okay, this is a total lie. I don't know why this is happening. And
so at that point, did you ask him if he was still a cop or whether he worked in the LA area?
Yeah. And he said he was in between, and then he said something about doing some security work.
Okay. And at that point, did the defendant tell you that she really wanted her friend Robert to drive the vehicle?
Oh, yes. She did want him to drive the car. They went back and forth. Please, please, I want you to drive the car. No, it's okay. It's going to be your car. No, no, it's really important to me. I want you to drive the car. Well, it is what happened.
So,
when there's an objection, you got to stop talking. So
okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay?
Okay.
All right.
at that point, was there a conversation back and forth between the defendant and Baker where she was trying to get him to drive the car?
Yes.
And he was indicating he didn't need to?
He did.
Okay. And so at that point, did you try and encourage him to drive the vehicle?
I did.
Speak up, counsel. Overruled.
I encouraged. She wanted him, and I'm going to do what she needs. It was important to her. He was there. So I said, I go, come on. So I did the little thing where you just like, I just stood up. And then they stood up, and I'm like, good. He's going to drive the car because she wants that, right? And then I said, can I have your license? And he sat back down. He goes, oh, no, no. He goes, I don't need to drive it. And then she's like, no, no. And then he kind of went like this, and you know.
When
and
you say like this, you cocked your head to the side.
He's like talking to her, and finally she's like, oh, okay. So I got it.
Let me ask you something.
That they didn't want to give me the license.
Okay. So once it became apparent to you that they didn't want to give you his license, is it a requirement at the dealership that you have to provide your license before you test drive a vehicle?
Yes, I told him it was just for insurance benefits. We have to have the license.
So after that, did it appear to you that she was prodding him, trying to get him to do what she wanted him to do?
Yes.
One moment. It
yes.
is leading. One moment, ma'am.
Okay.
It is leading and it calls for speculation.
Okay. Did you, at that point, suggest that all three of you go for a ride and that the defendant drive?
Well, yeah. She wanted him to be in the car. He came down. We all went for a ride.
Okay.
They sat in the front. I got in the sardine part in the back.
Okay. And after that, did they come back and sit in your office again?
Yes, they did.
And did they, at that point, begin to speak amongst themselves as you and they were talking about the paperwork and what needed to be done?
Yes.
Sustain.
They did.
What happened at that point? Go ahead, tell us.
Okay. We came back and we started talking about the car, and everyone was excited, and she was talking about her rims and this and that. And, you know, I could tell that they were very good friends. They were leaning into each other.
It is non-responsive.
It is?
Stricken.
Okay, sorry.
They were very good friends. Everything else remains.
Okay.
What was their conduct and demeanor that you were able to observe in your office at that point?
Well, they were leaning in, whispering, talking, laughing, and then they asked for privacy. I walked away and by the coffee room, but then I was inquisitive about what was going on, so I tiptoed back to hear what they were saying, and I couldn't really hear, but they were just whispering about all this stuff, so and laughing, and I'm just like, okay. So then I came back, and you know, they were.
At any point in time during this conversation, when you were with them, were they touching each other or putting their hands on each other?
Sustain.
Did they touch each other at all?
Yes, they did.
And did the defendant say anything to Robert Baker with respect to not being able to wait for something?
Objection. Also speculation, cumulative, irrelevant.
Overruled on all grounds.
Go ahead. At any point in time, did she say, I can't wait for...
Oh, okay. So I could feel the intention, I know, but she said, well, I just can't wait till well, you know, you're going to love driving it, kind of a thing. So
Okay.
it sounded to me, okay, never mind.
There was nothing that was said.
So she said to him, you're going to love driving it.
Yes.
Okay. Did it appear that they were purchasing this vehicle to drive together?
Oh,
Sustained.
Did she indicate in front of you that he was also going to be driving the vehicle?
yes.
Now, once there was an agreement on pricing, did the defendant then meet with somebody in your finance department?
Yes, after we get everything together, they go back to finance to Steve, was the guy at the time who was doing finance.
Showing you a photograph. Showing you 209 photograph. Was this the vehicle that you sold to the defendant?
Yes, it is.
And it had a red interior?
Yes.
That day when she came to the dealership, was she driving again the Ford F-150?
Yes.
And then did she leave that day in the Mustang?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Now, after the paperwork was filled out, did you talk to her about sitting around in the car so that you could program or pair her phone and teach her about some of the features in the vehicle?
Right. When you
So,
sell
hang on
a
second.
car,
One
it
moment,
is-
ma'am. It's overruled.
Yes.
when you sell a car, you have to afterwards put on the plates. You go over everything with the car. This is, you know, pairing your phone and all those things. So there's little points that we're supposed to do and go through with everything.
Did you do that with her?
No, they were ready to go, and she didn't want to go through anything. And I said, oh, well, just let me help you with the phone or just this and that. She said, no, he'll help me, meaning Robert. So I said, okay, well, you can come back at any time, and I'll help you. Like, you know, have it for a week, come back, whatever, I'll help you.
And after that, did you call her several times in order to, again, follow up with her and assist her with any questions she might have regarding the vehicle?
I did.
Okay. Did she ever respond?
She did not.
Okay. And at some point, did you also, you sent her a thank you card?
I did.
And that was a card with Thelma and Louise on the front?
Yes, it was. It was typical to
Excuse me one
send
second, ma'am.
cars.
It's overruled.
It's typical, usually I would send a Ford thank you card, but because we did the Thelma and Louise thing, I sent her a Thelma and Louise card and telling her I'm wishing her the best in her new life.
Okay. So you wished her a happy new life, but the Thelma and Louise was the reference she brought up
Exactly. It was the one she brought up.
when you were driving the convertible.
The convertible, yes.
I have nothing further.
Burke?
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Burlingame.
Hello.
Hi. You became involved in this case by communicating with Morella Sementilli, is that right? You first contacted her?
Oh, how I got involved with this case?
Yes.
Okay.
Ma'am.
Was never in contact with her.
Okay. You didn't send a Facebook message to...
On Facebook, yes. I saw a remark that she put on a page that she was worried about the wife getting off because of the way that legal things were running at that time, and that she mentioned her brother's name, and it was Fabio, and it caught my eye just randomly that day, and I was like, oh my God. I said, I sold her and her boyfriend a car. If you'd like, if I could help you, let me know.
Okay.
She did not contact me after that. It was the police that contacted me.
And that was when you sent her that Facebook message?
Say that again.
When did you send her that Facebook message?
It was obviously after I knew about it, so it would have to be in the summer, that summer. Well, it wasn't that summer. It was a long time ago after that. No, I'm sorry. I have no idea when it was. It was right when the case was going to start happening, and it's been delayed so many times. So it was a couple years ago.
A couple of years?
It was, yeah, it was like COVID time.
Around COVID time?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had been watching media coverage about this case?
Well, no. I was sitting on the couch. I'd broken my arm, and that's why I wasn't working. And I saw up next, Fabiano murder case arrest, and I went, oh my goodness. So I took my phone, and when it came back from commercial, I videoed it, and it showed Monica's face and her boyfriend's face, and I was like, oh my God. And so I sent it to Caesar, and I said, look at this.
Okay, so you sent it to Caesar Avile?
Uh-huh.
And he was your manager at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And did you send it to anybody else?
That, I might have sent it to my son.
Okay.
Yeah.
Had you known about the case that first time?
That was the first time that I knew about the whole thing.
Okay.
Was what I saw it on TV.
And what you saw on TV, how did you go from that and sending those videos to contact with Morella Sementilli?
I'm going to check that with Stacy.
I have no idea what you're saying.
Okay. How did you come to be able to contact Morella Sementilli?
I just saw a Facebook post, and I just remarked to her that I would help.
Okay. Were you just scanning Facebook, or was there something that directed you to information about the case?
Yes. Okay. It was on the Recall Gascon page at the time, and there were many people having a lot of trouble with mothers crying about this and that, and what was happening with the legal system at that time.
Okay, so you were following things about the district attorney of Los Angeles County, Mr. Gascon,
yes,
and problems with the case, the cases in the system.
Yeah.
Okay, and you were reading on that page about Ms. Sementilli's prosecution in court?
I just randomly went to that page, very bizarre, and there I saw her name, and I was like, wow, because there's only two Fabios. The one is the guy with the long hair, and then this one that I know, so.
Okay. And you saw, when you say you saw the name, was that Monica Sementilli's name, or Morella Sementilli, or Fabio Sementilli?
I'm not sure if her name was mentioned, but is it Morella? I couldn't remember her name, but her, and she mentioned her brother's name, Fabio Sementilli.
Okay. And she was complaining in some way about the progress of the case?
No, it was more like, I hope that justice will be, done. I'm worried about the case, where it could be going, and that she was upset about, her brother, obviously.
Right. And this was a posting that you read on the DA's website?
Well,
No.
Objection, I'm going to mistake the evidence.
Excuse me.
It does.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. This was a post that she made on her Facebook page, correct?
Objection misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
I'm
No.
sorry. Where did you see those statements by Miss Morella Sementilli?
It was on a Gascon page.
Okay, so it was on the DA's page that you saw Miss Sementilli's
I don't
statement.
know whose page it
Again,
actually was.
objection, Your
I don't
Honor.
know
Excuse me a
whose
second.
Misstates the evidence.
It does mistake the evidence. It was on the recall Gascon page, counsel.
Excuse me.
Oh, thank you.
The recall Gascon page.
Yes.
Okay. And you then contacted Ms. Morella Sementilli, correct?
I typed right under her post, I sold the Mustang to them. If you need me, let me know.
Okay.
Type of thing.
So you typed a comment.
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, you don't remember when this was, or you think it was around COVID time? Is that
Yes.
okay?
It was.
So that would have been 2020 or 2021?
It was probably 2021.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at some point, you then received contact from the Los Angeles Police Department, correct?
Yes, in Messenger, I got a remark. This is my phone number. I think it was Mitzi. This is my phone number. And I was a little paranoid about it. So I didn't know if that was really somebody contacting me from the police. So I called all the districts down here until I found out where she worked and talked to her partner to make sure that this was a real thing.
Okay. So you received some kind of Facebook communication back.
Yes.
And then you called down to the LAPD to try to verify who had left you the message.
Yes.
And you called and reached her partner.
Then I finally called the number and got a hold of Mitzi.
Okay. And then Detective Roberts made arrangements to come speak with you, correct?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
And I know it was during COVID because we sat outside in the back patio. That's what I remember.
Okay. And that was February of 2021?
Quite possibly could have been.
Okay. Okay. Got it. You, Ms. Burlingame, sold Ms. Sementilli the Mustang April 3rd, 2017, correct?
Yes.
And prior to that, she had originally contacted the dealership by telephone, correct?
Yes.
Sometime in February or March of 2017?
Yes.
Okay. And you understood that she had received a notice that the lease on the truck that was leased was going to be up in 2 or 3 months, and she was calling you about what to do.
I'm going to check compound.
It's overruled.
Is that correct?
Yes, the lease was coming due, and she called to find out what to do about it.
Okay. Do you remember what the date was she called?
No.
Okay, and you just picked up the
I
call.
randomly just picked up the phone. It was a call came in, I picked up.
Okay. And you agreed, she told you she wanted to keep the truck, correct?
Yes.
And you agreed to do some research on the truck and find out what options there were, correct?
Yes.
And you determined that the truck was in the sole name of Fabio Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
And you determined that there was no way for her to transfer the lease to herself, correct?
She could not transfer it.
Okay.
No, but she could do a buyback.
Okay.
But it would have taken a while to do it, but I would have done anything to make that work.
Okay, great. And you also told her she needed to pay the remaining payments. She needed to keep paying the lease until the 3 months were up.
Exactly.
And you also researched for her the buyout price if she finished paying the lease and wanted to buy the truck, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
Caesar did.
Okay. And you, in your research, you told her you had spoken to legal, I guess that's legal at the dealership, and that she could buy out the car, the truck, but not at the price of $30,000, but at a price of $44,000, correct?
It was not going to be the price that it normally would have been if she was on the lease. She would have had to pay more, and I can't tell you exactly what that number was.
Understood. And you then, did you offer her any other option other than to buy out, after paying the final payments on the lease, to buy out the vehicle for whatever this higher price was than what the leaseholder would have normally gotten? Did you offer her any other options on the lease?
No, I don't think there was another option.
Okay.
Take our lunch and recess until 1:30. The admonition applies: do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, or form or express any opinion to the cause if I submit it to you. Have a good lunch. See you at 1:30. are on the record here with the Sementilli. Defendant is present, all counsel present, jury and officers present. Good afternoon. Burlingame is still under oath, and the defense may continue with their cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have no further questions.
For anything further by the people?
Thank you.
One moment before you go. Let's go. Christine, off the record, please. I'm sorry. Continue.
When you were asked on cross-examination about contacting somebody through a Recall Gascon Facebook page, do you know who, in the question it was asked if it was Morella Sementilli. Do you know whose post you responded to?
No, I don't. I was just agreeing because I don't know. It was one of the Sementillis because it was maybe she had a different name. I don't really know because it was a sister. I knew that. She said she was a sister.
Okay.
And then Fabio's name was in there.
Okay.
But she didn't ever contact me or anything.
Okay. So you never communicated with her after that one comment you put on in response to her post
Exactly.
on the Recall Gascon website.
Right.
Okay. And that was something, as you said, from one of the sisters that was talking about wanting justice for her brother's murder.
Right.
And that was a website of victims and surviving victims' family members that were posting on there.
Yes, it was.
I'm sorry?
Facts, not evidence, calls for speculation.
So we'll rule on that ground.
Okay.
So we'll rule on that ground as well, counsel.
Anyway, so that was the only time that you had any contact with anybody relating to this case, correct?
Yes.
Until subsequent to that, Detective Mitzi Roberts reached out to you
Yes.
and then came to the dealership.
Nope, to my home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And that would have been on February 11th of 2021.
Yes.
Okay. And you know that because there's a statement form,
Right.
correct?
I signed everything in.
Okay.
Yeah.
With respect to the first time that the defendant came into the dealership and spoke to you about what her options were, the decisions, any decision that was made, that wouldn't have been your decision. That would have been your boss's decision,
Right.
correct?
Caesar's in charge of that part.
Okay. So you discussed with her the options, but then it would be Caesar's job to make a decision.
Yes.
And were you aware that she also had a meeting with Caesar?
I saw her having a meeting with with him in
Okay.
the office, which normally people aren't supposed to just walk up there, but she did. And they
Okay.
were talking, and I went to the restroom, and
All right. So you were aware they had a meeting.
yes.
And were you aware that Caesar told her that she didn't have to make any more payments on the vehicle, that he was going to waive or write off any of her remaining payments?
Sustain.
You were asked on cross-examination about what her options were. One of the options was the dealership could write off all of her remaining payments. Is that an option?
Sustain.
Can I talk?
No.
Okay.
I have nothing further.
Anything further?
Alrighty.
Anything further?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burlingame. You're excused. May I call your next witness?
People call Roger
that I plan on taking some vacation at the end of December.
Right there, sir. If you could face me and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Roger, R-O-G-E-R. Last name Brown, B-R-O-W-N.
You proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Brown. I'm going to ask you a few questions from the time frame back in 2017, okay?
Okay.
All right. Well, first of all, let me ask you, Shirley Peoples 14, do you recognize that person?
Yes.
Who is that?
Robert Baker.
How do you know Robert Baker?
I met Rob in 1997, and we used to play racquetball together. We used to play chess together. I used to run a strip club, and he used to manage porn stars.
Okay. Wait, this is back during what time frame that you ran the strip club?
Oh, this was like from 97 to 2005.
And sometime during that time frame, you met Rob Baker?
Yes. I met him in July of 97.
Okay, and then you became friends with Mr. Baker?
Yeah.
All right. You talked about, did you say you played racquetball?
Yes.
And where was that at?
We used to play at LA Fitness.
Go ahead.
I had memberships there, so we used to play on Reseda and Coldwater.
What city is that one in?
Reseda is in Reseda. No, Reseda was in Granada Hills. And the one on Coldwater, I would consider that North Hollywood.
197. Did you ever play racquetball with Baker in the Woodland Hills LA Fitness?
No.
Okay. Your history then with Baker, would you say you were friends?
Yes.
And through the years you developed a friendship. Are you still consider yourself a friend of Robert Baker?
Yes.
Okay. You know he was arrested in June of 2017, correct?
Yes.
And since then, have you had many phone calls with Baker while he's been in jail or in custody?
No phone calls.
Ever?
Well, we had phone calls in the beginning, but not lately.
Okay, so in the first several years, or I shouldn't say several, first few years, you had a lot of phone calls with Baker.
I had a few. I used to go visit him.
And how many times did you visit him approximately?
Well, I couldn't tell you that. I don't know.
Okay, so more than 10?
About 10, maybe a little more. I'm not sure.
And when was the last time approximately that you spoke to Baker?
Last year. I can't remember when last year, but last year.
Sometime last year. All right. Back in 2017, and specifically January, February time frame, were you living in this apartment complex?
Yes.
Now, during that time frame, did Baker come to visit you? And that, I'm talking about the January, February time frame of 2017.
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
I would say probably just before Valentine's Day. And I don't even know how long we stayed. I can't remember that.
Okay. So before Valentine's Day, and that's in February of 2017, he came to visit you.
Correct.
And why did he say he was there?
He showed up, and normally people don't just show up. They call and let me know, hey, I'm coming by. And then he said, man, you don't look good. You okay? So I told him, I said, my mother had just died. And I had just buried her on the 21st of January 2017. And so he said, hey, man, I'm going to stick around, man, to make sure you're okay. So I said, okay. I wasn't all there at that time.
Because you were dealing with your own
Yeah.
family issues. During this time frame, then in February of 2017, this initial visit, when he showed up at your apartment, did he call you first?
No.
Okay. And when he showed up, then did he tell you about anything that had happened about somebody dying or being murdered, anything of that nature?
No.
Now, when he first showed up at your apartment in February of 2017, initially comes in, did he tell you if he was dating anyone?
I already knew he was dating someone.
When did you know he was dating someone?
I don't really know. Probably 2016. I can remember that him and her came to my birthday party at El Casa Grande in Granada Hills.
Okay. Do you know who? When you say her, do you know the name of that person?
You want her real name or the name that I know?
The name you knew her as.
Madonna.
Okay. Do you see Madonna in court?
Yes.
Can you please identify where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
She's sitting right there wearing like a beige outfit.
Indicating the defendant.
So is it fair in 2016, around your birthday, you said June is when you first met who you referred to as Madonna, who's been identified as the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Did Baker identify her as Madonna, or did she identify herself as Madonna, if you know?
Baker introduced me to her as Madonna.
Okay. And did she respond and correct him in any way?
No.
So as far as you knew, her name was Madonna.
Yes.
Then that birthday party, did you have any particular interaction with the defendant?
No.
From June 6, 2016 until he showed up at your house in February of 2017, did you see her at any time in between then?
Repeat that?
Did you see her from the date of your birthday in 2016 until Baker came to your house in February
Yes.
for Valentine's Day? Did you see her during that time frame?
Yes.
Where did you see her?
He brought her to my apartment.
When did he bring her to your apartment?
Wow.
I know. Estimates.
I know it was February 2017. I can't tell you the dates.
So February 2017 is when he showed up and said he was going to stay with you, right?
Yeah, he said I'm gonna stay here for a couple of days to make sure you're okay.
Before that, had he ever brought her to your apartment?
No.
So that was the first time, and we'll get to that in February?
That he brought her to my apartment? Yes.
Okay. So now in February, when is the first time that you saw her again since your birthday? He's at your
February.
apartment. Okay, he's at your apartment. Then what
Yeah.
happens?
He came by, and that was it.
Okay, so did you go somewhere to meet her?
Did I go somewhere to meet her?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I did take him to meet her at a Starbucks.
And was there any interaction that you had with her there?
No.
After that, did Baker stay with you then for approximately a week or 5-7 days, something like that?
Something like that.
Okay. During that time frame, did he bring the defendant over to your apartment?
One time.
And when was that? Was it during the day, at night, if you remember?
I can't remember. I think it was the evening time.
Did she spend the night, if you know?
No.
Was she there for a long time, if you know?
I don't know because I went to sleep.
Now, is this a one-bedroom or a two-bedroom that
It's
you
a
have?
one bedroom.
Okay. Where did Robert sleep then when he stayed there?
On the couch.
Okay. The time that she is at the apartment then, anything unusual happened that caught your attention, that you remember?
No.
Did you have any interaction with her, talk to her in the apartment?
No.
So where were they if you had a one-bedroom?
I was in the bedroom. They was in the living room.
Okay, and you went to sleep.
I went to sleep.
So you don't know what time she left?
No.
When you woke up in the morning, she was gone?
Yes.
Now, during that time frame, what did Rob Baker drive?
He was driving his Ford Expedition, a black one.
Equals 142 then. Is that the Ford Expedition?
Yes.
Where did he park that Expedition?
He parked it in my parking spot in the garage.
Now, this particular photo, is that your parking garage, if you can tell?
I don't know.
Okay. You had one spot in your parking garage?
I had one spot.
And you let him park there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, he stayed there for several days. Do you know why he was staying in your apartment? Meaning, do you know if he said he wanted to stay with you to help you, but do you know if he had a place to stay?
Yes.
And where did he stay then?
I think it was off Winnetka and Independence.
Had you been to his apartment before?
After he got arrested, never before.
Now, as of the date that he's staying with you then, when he left, did he tell you where he was going?
No.
Is there a reason why he left your apartment?
Sustained.
So he stayed with you for 5, 6, 7 days, right?
Okay, the reason why he said he was staying with me, he said, man, you don't look good. Are you okay? I told him that my mother had just passed away. And I told him that we buried her on the 21st of January, 2017. He said, hey, man, I'm going to stay with you a few days just to make sure you're okay.
After those days ended, do you know where he went to go stay?
I would assume he went back to his apartment.
I'm sorry. Object any assumption.
Sustained.
Okay, so you don't know where he went after
No, I
he
don't.
left. Sorry, thank you. But you stated that you went to his apartment on Independence after he got arrested. Is that correct?
Correct.
What did you go there for?
We went to get some of his stuff, you know, from, who was his roommate? I think his roommate name was Anthony. We just went to get some of his items.
You said we went to get.
Yes.
Who did you go with?
A friend of mine.
Okay. And why were you getting some of his stuff?
Because his room was going to be, somebody else was going to move into his room.
So you knew the roommate and you coordinated with the roommate, Anthony Bailey?
I didn't know Anthony Bailey. I met Anthony Bailey that day we went to get the stuff out of the apartment.
And the other guy that you went with, who is that?
I have to say.
Overruled.
Just who went to the apartment with you?
Howard Lynch.
Okay. One second. One moment. Remy Marcus Peoples 211, a photograph of an individual labeled as Howard Lynch.
So marked.
Is that Howard Lynch?
That's Howard Lynch.
And how do you know Howard Lynch?
Wow, we used to play basketball together. We were good friends.
Go ahead.
That's it. We were good friends.
Did you know Howard Lynch, in your experience, to be friends with Baker as well?
Yes.
Okay.
We all played basketball together.
And Howard Lynch is an attorney?
Yes.
Now, after Baker left your residence, like meaning he wasn't staying there anymore, did you see him again after that? And that's February of 2017.
I can't remember.
At some
I would assume I did, but I can't remember.
Why do you assume you did?
Because we all used to play basketball together like on a Saturday.
So after he left your place from staying there in February of 2017, you're aware now that he was arrested in June of 2014, correct?
Yes.
Between that time, if you remember, do you know if you saw him? 2017.
Ah.
I I really can't remember. I'm not sure, but I would assume we did because we used to always play basketball on Saturday.
I'm going to object to the assumptions declaration.
Sustained.
Were you visited then by the police at your apartment complex that I just showed you up on the screen?
Yes.
And can you explain how that came about?
Wow.
Objection, no foundation.
So rule.
I was somebody in the complex, I can't remember who, told me to call the guy in New Directions. I said, well, I'll just go down there. They said, no, call him. So I called him. He didn't pick up. So I went down. When I got down, he was sitting in the office with two guys. I assume two detectives. And they was talking about who lived in my apartment. And I told them that's me. They asked me, where do you park your car? I said, in the garage underneath. So they asked me the number. I said, I don't know the number. So we went downstairs and we looked at the number, and I just showed them the spot. I still don't know the number. I just know where I park. So then we came back upstairs, and then he gave me some excuse that they was checking into vandalism in our complex. So I said, okay. So then they left. They came back 2 minutes. I would say 2 minutes to 4 minutes. They came back, but they came back with a third guy. And he asked me, he said, are you Roger Brown? I said, yes. He said, can we talk to you? I said, yeah. So we went into the community room. While we was in the community room, he asked me, he said, do you know a Robert Baker? I said, yes.
I'm going to object. This is all hearsay.
It's a narrative sustained on that ground.
What happened next?
He asked me, he said, do you know a Robert Baker? I said, yes. He said, when was the last time that you seen Robert Baker? I said, last night.
Okay. So stopping there, you saw him then, that's on June 14th when you're talking to the detectives, right? 2017?
Yes.
So last night you saw him on June 13th, 2017.
Correct.
Where did you see him?
He had came to my apartment complex. And, yeah, he came to my apartment complex.
Okay, what did he come there for, or tell you he came there for?
He wanted to know had I seen a friend of mine.
Okay, what else did he tell you?
That was it.
Well, why did he want to see if you had
I
seen
don't
a
know.
friend of his?
Objection.
No, a friend of
Excuse me,
mine.
sir. Sustained.
Right, did he tell you why?
No.
What did you tell him?
That's hearsay.
I'll allow it.
I told him, I said, I haven't seen him. And then he asked me could I get in touch with him, and I said, I'll try.
Now, at that time, did he give you a phone number to contact him on?
He had gave me that phone number, I want to say before then.
Okay,
But, yes, he told me this is his new number.
so he gave you a new number.
Yes.
Now, how did you take that new number? Did you write it down? Did you put it in your phone? What did you do?
No, he told me he was going to call me from it, and that was his new number.
Okay. And did he call you from his phone for you to get that new number?
Yes.
Did you then provide that subsequently to the police?
Yes.
If I may mark a 3-page document as People's 212, and the first page is a photocopy of a business card with some writing on it, followed by a photograph of a phone. I'm going to show you page 2 of this. I'm gonna zoom
That's the
in.
number.
I'm sorry?
That's the number that he called me from.
Okay, a little glare on that. So, did you send this? This is actually a photograph of the phone. Did you send this to the police detective?
Yes.
And is that your writing above it, serial number at LAPD?
Yes.
Okay, so this number 1-747-888-2168, that's the number that Baker called you on and told you was his new number.
Correct.
Did he tell you then, and this is what time frame when this phone call happened?
From the time that he actually came to visit me,
Yes.
I don't know how long I had that number for.
Just in a perspective, in February, did he give you a new number when he came and
That's
stayed
the
with
number
you?
that he gave me in February.
Okay. So it's from February until you sent it to the police on June 14th or 15th of
Yeah,
2017.
they asked me, did I have another number on him, and I told them yes.
And that's the number that you communicated with Baker? That new number is what you used for him?
That was the number that I was using to get in touch with Rob Baker.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. What about his old number? Did he ever tell you that he was switching back to his old number?
No.
So roll.
Oh, and one last thing. What do they call you? You have a nickname?
Yes.
What do they call you?
They call me B.
B
Just
as
the
in
letter
B?
B. B.
You know, why do they call you B?
Well,
That's forms, his name.
Did you pick your name as B?
yeah, I was always called B.
Why?
Because when I was in the military, my last name was Brown, and instead of calling me Sergeant Brown, they would call me, hey, Sergeant B, could you do that? When I got out of the military, they just stuck with B.
Do you know, if I may, Marcus Peoples 213, a photograph of an individual entitled Alfred Birdsong?
Yes.
Do you know him?
I know who he is.
Have you met him?
Twice.
Okay, so is that Alfred Birdsong that
Yep.
you met?
Yes.
How did you meet him?
Objection irrelevant.
So roll.
The first time that I met him, I had to take a female porn star to Las Vegas, you know, to drop her off with him. The second time I met him, Rob introduced me to him. We went out to his house in Vegas.
So did you know this to be then a friend of Rob's?
Yes.
Okay. Did Alfred Birdsong call you Callie B?
I don't know what he called me, but he always just say B. At the Cali, he could have said it, but I don't know.
Okay. Do you keep in communication after Rob got arrested then with Alfred Birdsong?
It's overruled.
Yes, but not like. Okay, let me explain this.
Objection not pending question.
There's no question.
Can I answer?
And now everyone's saying, wait, do you keep in contact with Mr. Birdsong? Yes.
Yes.
Regarding what?
Objection, that's irrelevant.
It's overruled.
When Rob was in jail, I was the only one that was going to visit him. And while I would visit him, I would give the report back to everybody else that knew Rob. If he was in good spirits, stuff like that.
Okay. Who were you reporting back to? You said everyone. Like
I was talking to Bird, all his friends, all our friends together, like, you know, like Howard, people that, you know, we all knew. I don't know everybody, but, you know, but I would let them know the day that I was going to visit Rob, and then I would come back and I would say, hey man, he's good, he's doing good, his spirits are high, like that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Brown, you prefer I call you Mr. Brown or B?
B.
I will. Mr. Brown, the last time you saw Mr. Baker before you saw him in jail was June 13th, 2017. Is that right?
June, say that date again?
June 13th, 2017.
No.
Well, what date?
He wasn't in jail then.
No, I'm saying the last time you saw him
Before he went to jail. Yes.
Let me straighten that out a little more. The police saw you on June 14th, 2017, correct? Did you know why they were there?
No.
This is when you went down to New Directions, you said?
That was on the 13th. I went down there, but New Directions didn't tell me why they were there.
What is New Directions?
That's a veterans organization that, where I live at, it's the Veterans Village. Most of us that live there are veterans.
So you were, I'm sorry, you were living there at the time all this was happening that you discussed
Yes.
today? Because you're a veteran, correct?
Yes.
Of the Air Force, correct?
Yes.
Well, thank you for your service. Let me ask you this. When did you first meet, well, let me go back. So the day before the police came to interview you, they interviewed you, right?
Yes.
You saw Mr. Baker.
The day before, yes.
Is that at night or during the day?
It was like midnight, like between 5 and 7.
Were you expecting him?
No,
He hadn't told you in advance he was coming?
no,
When was the last time you'd seen him before that night?
I don't remember.
Well, you said you saw him around Valentine.
Well, I know we used to see each other play basketball.
Okay. Specifically, you said you had seen him around Valentine's Day of 2017, correct?
I said he came to my apartment during
Right.
that time.
You had been back east for the death of your mother, funeral and so forth, correct?
Correct.
You had no plans to see Mr. Baker after the funeral, did you?
After my mom's funeral?
Yes.
No.
Okay. You had been friends with him for some time, since 1997, is that
July
about right?
1997.
Okay. So he just showed up on Valentine's Day or near Valentine's Day, which was a couple of weeks after you got back from the funeral, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You weren't expecting him.
I wasn't expecting him.
And when he showed up, you had a conversation. He said he didn't look too good,
He
correct?
said I didn't look too
Right. And you told him why, because your mother had just passed away,
Yes.
right? And he said he was going to stay with you a few days just to kind of
Keep an eye on.
keep an eye on you. Okay. That was unexpected, but you let him stay, right?
It was unexpected, and I just said okay. I wasn't,
It was fine with you.
Yeah.
Okay. And he stayed about 5 to 7 days, right?
To be honest with you, I don't know how long he stayed, but it was, in February.
Well, I mean, you know how long he stayed because one day you woke up and he was gone, right?
Well, he left. He told me he was going back to his apartment, I think. I'm not sure. I can't
Okay.
remember.
If I said you told the police it was about 5 to 7 days, would that refresh your memory that he actually stayed in your apartment and slept over? Does that sound right?
That could be right.
Okay. And during that time, you saw Monica Sementilli, who you knew as Madonna, lady at the end of the table. You saw her a couple of times, right?
I've seen her on my birthday in 2016.
Okay.
Rob had brought her by the apartment one time, but I don't really remember too many times that I've seen her. I don't know.
You don't remember much about her other than you saw her, correct?
Correct.
You had no conversations really meaningful with her,
Correct.
and it was just that she was with Rob.
Correct.
One was at Starbucks, I think you said,
Yeah, it was a Starbucks.
and then there was one time at a restaurant, correct?
That's where I had my birthday party. Yeah.
Okay. And other than that, you've never seen her before or since until today, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So after Rob stayed with you 5 to 7 days, he left eventually, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he was going to leave today or the next day, or did
No.
you just looked and he was gone one morning?
He just like up and left.
And the next time you saw him turned out to be the night before he was arrested, right?
Yes.
Did you didn't know that at the time, obviously. Did you
No.
know? Did you know the next day, June 14th, 2017, he was arrested?
No, I didn't find that out for like a couple days after.
And how'd you find that out?
I was home one night sitting there watching the 11 o'clock news, and on the news, Rob Baker and young lady over there showed up on the news.
Okay, and the news was that they had been arrested.
Correct.
Okay. You had no idea that was going to happen, correct?
Correct.
You had no idea what Mr. Baker was arrested for until you saw the news, correct?
Correct.
He had never discussed with you getting involved with any case or any crime or any criminal activity, right?
Correct.
And when you saw him back in February, you didn't see any marks on him or any bruises or anything like that, did you?
I really got to say I don't remember, because I remember the cops asked me that, and I said I don't know.
Okay.
I was in that frame of mind right there.
Do you know why you were called to testify here today?
No.
When did you find out you were going to be a witness in this case?
I had got noticed the first time that I had to show up April the 2nd.
Of this?
Last year.
Last year, not this year.
And then I showed up, and then They said, well, they didn't say nothing. I never got to talk to nobody. I was here that day, and then, they sent us home, but then they said that it was being pushed back.
Okay. But did you know what the questions were going to be when you testify, what they want to ask you about on the stand?
The questions.
Well, did you talk to the district attorney, either of the district attorneys in court today? Lady sitting here, did you talk to them before today about what your testimony was going to be about, or what questions you were going to be asking?
They didn't tell me what the questions were. They just asked me, do I remember certain things?
Okay.
But they didn't put no questions in my head.
I understand. And what things did they ask you, if you remembered?
He asked me, did I remember sending the text message to the police officer with the phone number? And I told her, yes, that's my handwriting.
And you talked about that here today, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you were going to testify about today, if you knew beforehand?
Beforehand? I didn't know nothing beforehand.
So when you got up here, you just knew you were going to be asked questions about Mr. Baker, correct?
I didn't think I was going to be asked questions about Mr. Baker.
Okay, but you were, and you answered them truthfully, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you a few things about Mr. Baker. You met him in 2017 about, is that right?
No, I met Rob Baker.
I mean, 1997?
Correct.
Okay. And so, when you met him, what was he doing?
He was managing porn stars.
What was your occupation at that time?
I was running a strip club.
Okay. And Mr. Baker, he was in porn, is that right? Pornography?
I know he was managing porn
Okay.
stars.
I didn't mean acting, I mean in the industry.
Correct.
And you tell me what his position was, if you know, his job was in the industry.
He was a manager of females.
A manager of female pornography stars.
Yes.
Is that right? Did you know whether he was married or not?
Legally, I didn't know.
Well,
But then I found out that one girl might have been his wife, but I'm not sure.
Is that Dee?
No.
That's Nikki?
Nikki Fairchild.
Nikki Fairchild. Didn't you tell the police when you were interviewed that he was married to someone named Dee?
No, I told the police officer that I assumed he was married to the girl named Dee. But that's how I met. I met him and Dee the first time together.
And Dee was a dancer for you?
No, she was a porn star.
Okay. So you met both of them back in
July of 1997.
Okay, and then you don't know if he was married to her or not.
I don't know if he was married to her or not.
But you do know at some point after that he was married to Nikki Fairchild.
Yes.
When was that?
Wow, I don't know the date that they got married. I don't know the date. I just knew that they were married.
Well, how many years was it after he was with Dee?
I don't know.
Okay. And how'd you meet Nikki?
I met Nikki through Rob.
Well, do you remember how it was you met?
He was managing her at first, but that's all I know.
And you were managing, or did you own one of the biggest strip clubs in California, right?
I was managing one of the biggest strip clubs in California.
What was the name of that strip club?
Bob's Classy Lady.
Okay. And at that same time you were friends with Baker, correct?
We was becoming friends, yes.
And did you then remain friends after that?
Yes.
He also managed other porn stars, is that right?
Yes.
You mentioned names like Carmen Luvana,
Carmen Luvana,
Lacey Duval.
Lacey Duval.
Okay. Were those individuals who were stars in the pornography industry?
Yes.
And we're talking about late 1990s, early 2000s, is
Correct.
that right? When did you stop managing the strip club?
I left in 2005.
And I think you said it was because the law had changed.
The law had really changed, yes.
And what you meant by that, without getting too explicit, is that it was no longer allowing the girls to interact sexually with the customer.
Objection relevance.
Isn't that right?
No, that's not right.
Then you
Well,
tell
I'ma
me and
tell
the
you.
jury why. Huh?
The reason why I left, they was coming down with the rule that, hey, if a girl got busted in the club for doing something she wasn't supposed to be doing, they could take the manager on duty also and arrest him.
Okay.
And I wasn't going to jail for none of them.
And so you decided this was the time to get out.
Exactly, and then the owner sold the place.
Okay.
And I just didn't go back.
You still knew Mr. Baker at that time?
Pardon?
You still knew Mr. Baker at that time?
Yes,
Okay. And you remained friends after that?
yes.
All the way through to the time that he was arrested, correct?
No, I am still his friend.
Okay, I'm sorry. Still his friend.
Yes.
Okay. Now, between that time, when you were running the strip club and today, what did you do? What was your profession after you stopped managing?
After I stopped managing the strip club, I went to work. I worked Dodger Stadium.
Oh, good. Did they win the pennant?
Not that year. Matter of fact, that year they lost the 7-game series for them to go to the pennants to my New York Mets.
So you're from New York originally.
Exactly.
So you're still a Met fan?
Yes.
Let me ask you this: did you know what Mr. Baker was doing after that?
What?
I'm sorry?
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor. After you left managing the strip club, did you know what Mr. Baker's occupation was, or was it still in the porn industry?
He was still managing girls in the porn industry.
And do you know how long he maintained that job, or was it all the time that you knew him?
I would assume all the time that I knew him. I don't know.
You would see him after that playing basketball and racquetball, correct?
And chess.
And chess. Did you ever see him socially? In other words, go out to dinner with him?
No.
Did you ever see him with other women besides Nikki and Dee?
Objection, relevance.
No rule.
Yes.
Give me an example when you would see him with other women.
When he was like, you know, if he was trying to become their manager, he would always, you know, he'd be with girls that he was trying to manage in the business.
All right, good-looking women.
Exactly.
He was quite a ladies' man, wasn't he?
Well, that part, I would probably say yes, I guess. I don't know. I didn't pay that kind of attention to him.
Well, you paid attention to him when you saw him, right?
No, we was competing when we saw each other.
Okay, but I'm talking about socially, when you saw him with other women.
No, I wasn't. Well, you trying to make it seem like I was jealous or something. No.
Oh, no.
No.
Certainly not jealous of him now.
I wasn't there neither.
Okay. Did he seem to have a way with women when you knew him?
Yes.
And they kind of flocked to him like the bad boy, good girl, bad boy, something like that?
Relevance, speculation.
Sustain on the second ground.
When you saw him with women, who did most of the talking, Baker or the women?
Objection, relevance.
Sustain.
How many women would you say you had seen him with in your lifetime? I mean dating.
Dating?
Dating, going out on a date socially.
Well, see, that's a hard question to answer.
Well, do your best.
Okay. If you ask me how many girls that I seen that he was dating, I would probably say 2. But he would be out with other girls to market them, you know, to introduce them to people.
What does that mean, to market them?
You know, like trying to get them jobs. You know, like, okay, in my club, we used to have features every weekend, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And they would perform on stage Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 3 shows a day.
What kind of performance?
Like dancing.
Okay.
You
Here
know?
in L.A.?
Yes.
Okay.
And so, you know, most of the girls in the business, that's how they made the bulk of their money. Not just doing movies like people assume, but they were features at clubs. Clubs here in California, Miami, wherever. They were featured.
And Mr. Baker was right in the middle of that industry,
He
correct?
would, yes. He would try to get his girls to feature at different clubs and how much money they can get.
Okay. And he was still doing that, as far as you know, until he was arrested, correct?
I assume, I don't know.
Objection, speculation.
Sustain. Stricken.
How regularly did you see Mr. Baker in 2017 before the time he came over on Valentine's Day?
We used to play basketball together on Saturdays.
Every Saturday?
almost every Saturday until I stopped playing. But then I used to go watch.
Did you know who he was dating or married to, if he was, during that period of time?
I don't know.
Did he ever introduce you to any girlfriends or any women he was with?
Two girls that I met that I know of was Dee and Nikki Fairchild.
And do you know if Nikki was still married to him in 2017?
I don't know.
Do you know who he was with if it wasn't Nikki in 2017?
I don't know.
You know where he lived?
Off Winnetka and Independence.
Had you ever been there?
No, not until the date that we went to get his stuff from out of there.
And that was after he was arrested.
Correct.
So you had a steady sports date with him, either racquetball or basketball, up until the time he was arrested in 2017. Is that right?
Or chess.
Or
Yes.
chess. And who else played with you?
Or football?
No, basketball.
I mean basketball?
Yeah.
There was
Anyone you've mentioned here today?
well, me and Howard, you know, it used to be about like, could be like maybe say 12 to 16 people,
Okay.
right? And we play 5-on-5. If you lose, you come off, and the next 5 come on.
Yeah, I know.
And
I'm
we
always
didn't-
losing. I know.
I didn't know all of them, but I know who they are.
Okay. So, socially, what were you doing in those days? Did you have a wife or a steady girlfriend?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
At some point, Mr. Baker gave you some pins, isn't that right?
Some what?
Pins, like pins, NYPD or Warner Brothers pins. Then I see you mention that in your interview with the police.
I don't remember.
You had a little keychain you showed the police, is that right?
I don't remember.
May I approach, Your Honor? Mr. Brown, would you take a look and read to yourself? This is page 40, line 28 to line 1, page 41. Could you just read those few sentences to yourself?
Oh, these were the pins.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about it.
Those were not pins. When I used to work at Dodger Stadium, the chief of police, LA police, used to give me their little coins because I used to park them when they had to attend the games. LA Sheriff's Department used to give me one of their coins.
Okay.
You know, and it came on like a little keychain, but that was it.
And you said Mr. Baker gave you a couple of coins.
No.
Pins. No?
Mr. Baker never gave me nothing.
Oh, those were from the police?
It was Chief Beck.
Oh, I see. You showed them to the police.
Yeah.
Okay. I got that confused. Sorry about that. Can I have 1 minute, Your Honor? Thank you, B. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Any redirect?
The discussion this morning before court about you with the phone, you stating that you had, when we went over the testimony, that you had sent that photo to the detective. Remember that conversation?
Correct.
With me.
Yes.
And the defense counsel was with us.
Correct.
Okay. So between 1997 and 2017, then, you knew, when you said dated, you knew Baker then to be with Dee, Nikki, and Madonna, right?
Yes.
Okay, those are...
No.
Go
what
ahead.
What I knew about Baker during that time, it was 2 females that I said he could have been married to. I didn't know that Dee wasn't his wife. When I first met Dee, I thought that was his wife, but it wasn't. But Nikki was his wife.
Okay, so those three you knew him to have relationships with.
Those two, yes.
Two. Right.
Sustained.
So you knew him to have relationships then with Madonna.
I knew him to
Excuse
have
me
a
a second.
relationship
One moment.
with.
One moment, sir.
That's fleeting, it seems fact on that.
Sustained.
Well, earlier you talked about women he dated versus women that were around him that he was promoting.
Those were porn stars.
Right. That's
Right.
different than the women he dated.
Yeah. Well, Nikki and Dee were porn stars.
Okay.
But those are the only ones that I thought he was married to.
Got it.
But I did know he was with the young lady over here.
The defendant.
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you knew as far as dating relationships or something other than promoting a.
Correct.
Okay. Also, when you testified earlier, when Rob, and we're almost done, when he showed up at your house in February of 2017, did he tell you that he'd just come from his friend's house in Vegas?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Would looking at a transcript from that time frame refresh your
Good,
memory?
but I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is page 31, lines 10 through 23. You can just read that to yourself.
Okay. He might have.
Okay.
I really can't remember.
Okay, so,
That's a possibility.
and when you said his boy, did you need the page? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
31 lines 10 through 23. So his boy's house, he came from his boy's house in Vegas before he got to yours. Do you know who that boy is?
It would be Bird.
And when you say Bird, do you mean Alfred Birdsong?
Yeah, I always call him Bird. I never called him Birdsong.
Is that where Birdsong lived during that time frame in Las Vegas?
Yes.
Sustained.
Do you know where Alfred Birdsong lived?
I couldn't tell you the address right now, but I've been there. Yes.
The city.
Yes.
What city did he live in?
Oh.
No, I bet. Did he live in Las Vegas?
I'll allow it.
He lived in Las Vegas.
Okay.
I don't know all the things about Las Vegas, but Las Vegas.
Yeah. So you've been to his house?
Yes.
Okay.
Once.
One time. When was that?
I can't remember.
Thinking back to when Rob or Baker got arrested, that year, the year before, or long before that?
It was long before that.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Anything further?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. You're excused.
I'm going.
You're done. Please make call the next witness.
People call Detective Mitzi Roberts.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So,
Yes.
thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Sorry. Mitzi Roberts, Mitzziroberts.
Detective, can you tell us how it is that you are currently employed?
Currently, I am employed as a writer-producer for a police procedural series on Amazon called Ballard, which is a spin-off of a series called Bosch, which I actually also worked on for 10 years before it was canceled.
And so you work with, now with Michael Connolly,
Yes.
who's based his new series, Renee Ballard, on you.
Loosely.
Before you became before you started work on the Renee Ballard series, how were you previously employed?
I was a detective for the Los Angeles Police Department for 29 years.
And can you tell us about, well, first of all, what was your last assignment before you retired?
I was the officer in charge of the cold case unit.
Cold case homicide unit?
Cold case homicide unit within robbery homicide division.
Okay. And how many years did you run that?
It was a little over 3 years before I retired.
And prior to that, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to the homicide unit within robbery homicide division.
How many years were you assigned to the homicide division?
Trying to remember. I think when I went back, I was at the cold case unit for cold case homicide for a unit, and then I went to the what they call the homicide special section in, I believe, 2013 to about 2021. So 8 years.
Okay. And prior to working the homicide special section, where did you work before that?
The cold case homicide unit within robbery homicide division.
And before that, did you also work sex crimes?
Yes, the at the time it was called the rape special section within robbery homicide division.
All right. Approximately how many homicides would you say you investigated over the course of your career?
Personally investigated or assisted?
Either way, you were involved with.
I mean, just the working cold case and just even opening a book and reviewing and submitting stuff like stuff for DNA, it would be in the hundreds. And personally investigated probably over 100 homicides.
And in terms of your retirement, did that take place in towards the end of April of last year?
Yes.
All right. Did you take over as the investigating officer on the case involving the murder of Fabio Sementilli in October of 2019?
Yes.
When you took over this particular case, did you have conversations with the Detective Tellis and Detective Gail, who had handled the case prior to you?
Yes.
Did you also have conversations with Detective Ryan Verna, who was retired?
Yes.
As part of your investigation on this case, in order to get up to speed, did you also review hundreds of thousands of documents?
Yes.
Videotape?
Yes.
Photographs?
Correct.
Records obtained pursuant to search warrants?
Correct.
And as part of your investigation, did you go out to numerous locations in order to see those locations for yourself?
Yes, I did.
Did you go out to the residence at 5012 Queen Victoria?
On several occasions.
Okay. And at some point, did you actually go through the residence?
I did not. I met with the current homeowner, and we were going to do that for perhaps something that an exhibit that you would like to present, but it just never happened.
Okay. And you're familiar with Queen Victoria, Oakdale, and the surrounding areas there?
Correct.
Did you also go out to the LA Fitness located at 6401 Canoga Avenue in Woodland Hills?
Yes.
did you review the video, the surveillance video from the date of the murder, January 23rd of 2017, with respect to the comings and goings of the defendant and Robert Baker from that location?
I did.
Did you also go out to the Target shopping center located at 20801 Ventura Boulevard in Woodland Hills?
I did.
And did you go out to that location on numerous occasions?
Yes.
And on one of those occasions, did you go out in order to be able to put surveillance video, again, from the day of the murder into context?
Yes.
Did you also go out to the location with a photographer from LAPD's crime lab in order to take photographs of the location of the surveillance cameras?
Yes.
In addition to that, did you do an investigation inside the store by speaking to security personnel to see if you could obtain records of any purchases by either the defendant or Baker on the date of the murder?
Yes, I did.
Did you also review the surveillance video regarding Robert Baker's visit to that location on January 23rd before the defendant arrived into the parking lot?
I did.
And did you also review surveillance video relating to the defendant once she entered the lot?
Yes.
Did you also review surveillance video with respect to the defendant reparking her vehicle?
Yes.
Did you review surveillance video with respect to Robert Baker reparking his vehicle to the back of the lot?
I did.
Did you review surveillance video showing the defendant going in and coming out of the target location?
Yes.
There's no foundation.
So ruled.
Yes, I did.
Did you also go to the location of the Ralphs located at on Ventura Boulevard at the corner? I think it's Ventura and Winnetka in Woodland Hills.
Yes, I'm extremely familiar with that location because I used to work around the corner, so I've actually been in that Ralph's multiple times.
Okay. And did you also drive from the location of that Ralph's, I think it's at 260 Ventura Boulevard, to the Sementilli residence at 5012 Queen Victoria?
Yes, I did that on multiple occasions.
Okay. And what was your purpose in doing that?
I wanted to, I changed up the route, but I wanted to determine how long it would take to drive in different types of traffic situations and stuff, to drive from the Ralphs to get to the Queen Victoria residence.
Okay. And did you also go on those, when you drove several different routes, during the time period that the defendant drove from the Ralphs parking lot back to her home on the day of the murder?
Yes, I went during the time that school was in, because that location's right across from a high school. And I remember that it would get a little busy when the students were leaving. Of course, this was a little later in the day, around the 5 o'clock hour, but I did drive it during a weekday at around the time that
what was the result, regardless of which route you took?
It never took me longer than 5 minutes.
Did you also review some video of the victim's Porsche that was captured on some surveillance video from the Ralph's store as it passed along Ventura Boulevard?
Yes.
Did you also review or go to the location on Khalifa Street where eventually Fabio Sementilli's Porsche was dumped the night of the murder?
I did.
And did you also review the video, surveillance video from the Queen Victoria neighborhood cameras of the two individuals now identified as Baker and Austin jogging up to the Sementilli home on January 23rd of 2017?
Yes.
As part of your investigation, did you review in detail call detail records, phone records that included subscriber information for the defendant and Robert Baker?
I did.
With respect to the defendant, was that for her cell phone number 818-424-4213?
Yes.
And for Baker, did you also review phone records for 213-272-1093?
Yes.
Now, can you explain to us, we've heard about phone records throughout the trial, but can you explain to us what information do you obtain from call detail records or CDRs?
Yeah. Unfortunately, this case has made me a little bit of an expert. There's so many, but it's basically just information retained by the network provider that gives records about time, date, location that calls, texting, and sometimes data usage.
Okay. Did you also review records from encrypted applications that were used by the defendant and Robert Baker?
I did.
Did that include encrypted app records from a company called Viber that was utilized by the defendant and Baker prior to the murder?
Yes.
And did you also review records relating to WhatsApp that they used after the murder?
Yes, I did.
All right. In terms of these encrypted applications, in your experience, are encrypted applications commonly used by criminals in order to prevent law enforcement from being able to discover the content of their communications?
Objection, no foundation, speculation.
Overruled.
Yes.
Did you also conduct a timeline analysis for the date of the murder, January 23rd of 2017?
I did.
Create a communications timeline based on your review of call detail records and the Viber records, in this case, for the date of the murder?
Yes, and I believe it also includes some records from video surveillance and things such as that.
Show you what's been marked previously. That's Exhibit 160, which is 4 pages in length. Tell me if you're familiar with this document.
Yes, this is the timeline that I created.
Now, did you also work with me along with a graphics design expert to create a timeline of what you reviewed in terms of the evidence of January 23rd of 2017 in order to create a demonstrative exhibit for the jury?
Yes, I did.
No foundation, Your Honor, no expert.
So rule.
Did you provide him with various records and surveillance video, including the timeline you created that we see in Exhibit 160?
Yes.
Did you provide him with video from, for instance, the LA Fitness surveillance video we discussed?
Yes.
Did you provide him with video from Target?
I did.
Did you provide him with the surveillance video from the Rouse?
Yes.
And the Queen Victoria jogger video?
Yes.
Your Honor, might this be a good time to take a break, or we just need 5 minutes to set up?
We're going to take our afternoon recess now for 15 minutes. The evidence applies to back here in 15 minutes. back on the record. Fabio Sementilli, defendant, is present. All counsel present, jury, and also present. Detective Roberts, you're still under oath, and you may continue.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have a PowerPoint presentation that is for the day of the murder from 6 in the morning till 10 at night. I believe it's been saved onto a flash drive that's been previously marked as Exhibit 158.
158?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Detective Roberts, what we see on the screen in front of you, and I also am going to point out, I believe there's a pointer around there. Here, this thing.
Oh.
And it extends. And you can, I'll ask you certain questions and ask if you can show us what that means. But the top left corner where it says Sementilli Residence, what does that section of the presentation indicate?
That at 6 in the morning at this timeline, that is the people that we know were in the house at the time, which was basically the entire family at the time. It doesn't necessarily represent where they were in the house. It's just where Ed Cozen placed them, but they all are in the house.
Ed Cozen, who is seated here to my left, is the graphics design expert that you worked with, and as we talked about just before the break, provided him various records and surveillance video and information to be able to create a timeline for the jury on this case.
Correct.
All right. And at the bottom of the screen here, we see that it goes from 6 a.m. until 10 p.m. So that would be for the day of January 23rd of 2017?
That's correct.
And the timeline that we see represented in the center of the screen, where it says 6 a.m. and then 8 a.m., that would be relative to the highlighted portion in white that we see on the bottom timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So within this timeline, color-coded for various events, does that include the surveillance video relative to the day of the murder of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, it does.
All right. So let's start. Could you please? All right. Now, what do we see here in the top right corner?
That comes from the Viber records, and so at 6:50 with 19 seconds in the morning, Monica sends a Viber message to Robert Baker.
Okay. And is that also represented on the timeline that we see in the center of the screen, where it has a purple section that says Viber and an M with an arrow towards B at 6:50 and 19 seconds?
Yes, and it will look like that throughout the presentation when Monica sends a Viber message to Robert Baker.
Okay. And if it's the other direction going from Baker to the defendant, then we would see the red highlighted area that appears to be originating from her phone towards his phone. It would be the opposite.
That's correct.
Okay. If you could move to the next. Okay. And what is it that we see here represented in a peach color at 7:29 in the morning?
This is at, actually on mine it says 7:28 a.m.
Sorry, I can't see.
Isabella, the daughter of Fabio and Monica, is leaving the residence in her vehicle.
And I believe there's an embedded video.
Yes, there is.
Play that, please. And what do we see here?
This is a graphic that just sort of orientates the jury to the streets and the way that Isabella is traveling before it segues into the actual video.
Okay.
And then you can, it's always going to identify the target that we want to bring the jury's attention to by the circle.
Okay. And in this, we know that the surveillance video from, we've already heard testimony from the day of the crime, was an hour fast. So is the actual time represented in the bottom left corner where it says 7:28 a.m.?
That's correct. We've pointed out the correct time in, there were numerous videos where the timing was off, and we adjusted, and always, the timeline is in the correct time as the day went.
Okay. And was this, in fact, Isabella's vehicle leaving that day from Queen Victoria, taking a right onto Oakdale?
Yes, correct.
And that's represented inside of the circle?
Yes.
Okay. If I can have the next, please. And what do we see here occurring at 8:05 in the morning?
So the green color is the color that Ed chose to represent the housekeeper.
That was Delia Rivera?
Delia Rivera. And she arrives at the Sementilli house at 8:05 a.m.
Okay. And is there a video accompanying this?
There is.
Okay.
And again,
so is this consistent, yes, with the direction of the vehicle as it came from Oakdale and turned left onto Queen Victoria?
yes, that's correct.
Okay, we can move to the next one, please. And what do we see here on the timeline at 8:33 in the morning?
8:33 and 38 seconds. Robert Baker sends a Viber message back to Monica, and Baker, when he Viber messages throughout this presentation, we'll see him in the green.
Okay.
And then, as you mentioned before, the cell phones up in the top right hand of the presentation now shows that he's reaching out to Monica.
Okay, and so in the top left corner, where we saw is documented throughout the presentation as to who's home at the Sementilli residence, now we see that it indicates Delia, the housekeeper, is at the residence.
Yes, and Isabella has left.
Okay. And this timeline, when you have the communications going in either direction from the defendant to Baker or Baker to the defendant, those are based on the Viber records. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And also based on those Viber records is that timeline that you created that we've already talked about, that is Exhibit 160, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Can I have the next one, please? Thank you. And what do we see here occurring at 8:36 in the morning?
This is Monica responding back to Baker. They're now sort of engaged in a conversation via Viber.
Right. And then can you tell us what we see in the next communication at 8:37?
It's Baker responding back to Monica.
Okay. And then as we go through, do we continue to see communications back and forth using Viber within the PowerPoint throughout the day?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could have the next one. Okay, now the timeline has moved to, the white portion is during the 9 o'clock hour.
That's correct.
And what is, let's see what the next communication is. What do we see here?
So there's still part of this back and forth Viber messaging. This is Monica responding to the message. I assume responding, just sending a message to
Communicating with Baker.
That's correct.
All right. So the communication originates with this one from her, and the next one.
And that's the same, just 7 minutes later. Baker sends back a message to Monica.
Okay, so in the top left, we still have the same individuals at the Sementilli home, correct?
Correct.
All right.
And again, we have Monica corresponding with
Sorry, Ann, do we have
Baker.
times on each one of these?
Sure.
This one's 9, I believe. What time?
It's okay.
In 9:08 and 2 seconds.
Okay. Next one.
And a follow-up message at 9:08 and 16 seconds, Monica to Robert Baker.
Okay.
9:10 and 2 seconds, Baker responds to Monica.
All right.
At 9:10 and 33 seconds, Monica responds back to Baker.
Okay.
9:12 and 03, Baker responds back to Monica. 9:12 and 59 seconds, Monica responds back to Baker. 9:14 and 23 seconds, Monica sends another message to Baker. 9:15 and 8 seconds, Baker responds back to Monica.
And I'm going to ask you now, does this pattern of communications between the defendant and Baker continue throughout the day, but for specific time periods where there's no communication between them, such as when they're together at the LA Fitness?
That's correct.
All right. And can we move on to the next one? Thank you. So I don't have to read every single one. So communications going back and forth between them.
Yes.
All right, now the timeline has moved to the 10 o'clock hour, is that right?
Yes.
Looking like it starts at 10:40 in the morning.
Correct.
All right. So again, the same pattern of communications between the defendant and Baker, does that continue?
Yes, it does. This is a message from Monica to Baker at 10:41 and 48 seconds.
And then again, the back and forth from Baker to Monica?
That's
All right.
correct.
If we could just do it a little quicker. All right, now what do we see here occurring at 10:55 and 25 seconds, where it's represented in the top right corner? Is that a basically a graphic for Baker's phone receiving a call at this point from Monica?
That's correct.
All right. And again, corroborating what we just saw with respect to what's on Baker's phone, at this point do we see represented a outgoing call from Monica at that same time period?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. Corroborating, that's argument.
The word corroborating is argumentative. We
Right.
struck him.
So again, we saw an incoming call on Baker's phone, and at the same time period, we see an outgoing call on Monica's phone.
That's correct.
Okay. It would be consistent with that, correct? Based on the records that you observed.
Yes.
Okay. And then what do we see here represented in blue at 10:57 in the morning?
So the blue is the significant color for Fabio, and at 10:57 a.m. we see him leaving the residence. There's a video, and we'll see him pulling out in his F-150.
Okay. All right, so he came down Queen Victoria and then took a right on Oakdale, the same path that we saw Isabella leaving earlier.
That's correct.
All right. And let's see what we have next. And now do we have additional communications through the encrypted app Viber from the defendant to Baker?
Yes, it's approximately 2 minutes after Fabio leaves. We have a message from Monica to Baker at 10:58, 56 seconds.
And then another one, it looks like at 11:06.
Correct.
And another one, and if we could move to the next. Yes, thank you. Now looking at the timeline between 11:31 and 11:41. Do we see messages here going from Baker to Monica?
Yes. A series of messages.
Moving on to the timeline from 11:42 till 1 in the afternoon. What do we see here represented at 11:42 in the morning?
This is Monica and Jessica leaving to go. We know to go to the LA Fitness at 11:42 a.m. and it also has the video. And we see them traveling westbound on Queen Victoria and then making that right to travel down Oakdale.
This is looks like a convertible red Ford Mustang.
Yes, that's correct.
And then represented just 7 minutes later at 11:49 in the morning, what do we see here?
We see Fabio coming back to the residence. We'll see his F-150 turning off of Oakdale back onto Queen Victoria.
So now at that point we see that Fabio is back in the house along with Delia.
That's correct.
All right. And what's the next thing we see also at 11:49 in the morning?
That is an embedded video depicting Monica and Jessica arriving at the LA Fitness.
And that just showed us the location of the LA Fitness.
Correct.
Going to this particular location at LA Fitness, is this the surveillance video obtained from the LA Fitness in Canoga Park?
Yes, it is.
And what do we see here within the red circle?
That's Monica entering the LA Fitness front doors.
And then we see Jessica, we just saw her car going to park.
Correct.
And then surveillance video from the interior of the LA Fitness. What do we see here?
Monica's basically swiping her membership card and entering the facility.
Okay. Right. Now moving on at 11:59, so 10 minutes later after we saw the defendant entering the LA Fitness, what do we see here?
We're going to see Baker arrive at the LA Fitness, walk in through the same front doors that we saw Monica enter through.
Okay. Again, is this surveillance video taken from the exterior of the LA Fitness?
That's correct. And this is Robert with the green circle wearing a black tracksuit with the white stripe.
And now if we switch to the interior surveillance video, does this show Baker entering the LA Fitness location?
Yes, and because he's an employee, he doesn't have to obviously swipe a membership card, but he comes around to the back of the desk and does whatever sort of business he has to do to check in for the day.
Okay. And what do we see here represented at 12:31?
This is an incoming message sent from Fabio to Monica's cell phone. Telling the message basically says, "Hi babe, just got home."
And we see the actual content of the message because he's not using an encrypted app. Is that correct?
That is 100% correct.
All right. And so that's represented by the cell phone that we see here in the top right,
Correct.
which has the actual communication.
Yes.
All right. And then at 12:43, what do we see here?
We're going to see Baker basically leaving the LA Fitness, coming outside past that desk area and exit through the front doors.
So during the period of time when both the defendant and Baker are at the LA Fitness, there was a gap in the Viber timeline. Is that right?
Right. There was no messaging at all.
And what do we see here on the exterior video at 12:43 and 21 through 24, 5 seconds?
That's Robert Baker in that same distinctive tracksuit,
Carrying the same-
backpack, leaving the facility.
Okay. And what do we see here just a few seconds later?
Yeah, just 15 seconds later, we're going to see Monica and Jessica pass that front desk, exit through those through the doors, and exit the location.
Is that them inside of the red circle with the ponytails going out through the doors in the front?
That's correct. Then it switches to that exterior surveillance camera, and we see them getting something from Monica's bag and then leave the location.
Let's stop the video for a second. At any point in time, as she was leaving the LA Fitness, did you see her carrying any kind of a bloody towel that was dripping blood or anything of that nature?
Objection, no foundation.
So rule.
No.
And when you previously saw Robert Baker leaving 15 seconds prior to the defendant, did you see him walking out with nursing any injury or wrapped with his hand in any kind of a towel or anything of that nature?
No, I didn't.
All right. All right. And what is the next thing that we see represented on the timeline at this point at 12:46?
That is Monica sending a message to Fabio, just letting him know we are on our way home.
And again, since at this point when she's communicating with her husband, she's not using an encrypted app, we have the actual content of that message. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And what do we see here? Again, coming up at 12:46 now in 19 seconds. So basically 8 seconds later.
That's again Monica sending a message to Fabio. Did get it fixed?
And again, at 12:49, do we see an outgoing call from the defendant's phone to her husband, Fabio?
Yes.
Okay. And then what do we see at 1 p.m.?
We're going to see Monica and Jessica coming up Oakdale and make that left-hand turn onto Queen Victoria, returning home from the gym.
This is them here?
Yes, in the red convertible Mustang.
All right, so now in the upper left corner, oh, that's okay. In the upper left corner, we have represented at the home Delia, the housekeeper, along with Monica, Jessica, and our victim, Fabio.
Yes.
And this is now at 1:20 in the afternoon. And at 1:24:28, what is this?
That is Monica sending a Viber message to Robert Baker at 1:24:28 seconds.
And then another message a couple minutes later.
Correct?
Okay. And another message from the defendant's Baker.
Yes. 1:27:33 seconds.
39, I think.
Oh, yep, 39 seconds.
And a message back from Baker to Monica at 1:28.
Correct?
Also represented in the top right corner.
Yes.
And again, back to the same pattern of communications that we saw earlier that morning before they met up at the LA Fitness.
Correct.
Okay. All right. What do we see here now at 1:40?
This is Monica sending a text message to Isabella, who we know is out of the house.
At school that day?
Yes, saying text me after interview and let me know when you're on your way. I'm making fatina and corn for dinner.
Okay. So at 1:40, again, not using an encrypted app, as we saw in all of the communications with Robert Baker that day.
It's overruled.
She is sending regular communications, first Fabio and now to her daughter.
Correct.
All right. And what do we see here represented at 1:51 and 17 seconds?
Monica makes an outgoing call to the Encino Breast Care Center.
Okay. And what do we see here at 1:51 and 57 seconds after that?
We continue with the vibering.
Vibering is now a verb. So, looking at 1:53 p.m., what do we see here?
This is a instant message from Isabella to Monica, responding to Monica's prior message, so please message when you're done. Just KK, basically okay.
And again, more messages between the defendant and Baker.
Correct.
All right, now we're moving on, looking at the portion on on the bottom timeline that's in white, we know this is in the 2 o'clock hour between 2 and 2:30. And it at this point, does the communication pattern, again, using Viber, continue between the defendant and Baker?
Yes.
And then here at 2:03 and 34 seconds, what is this representing?
It's an incoming text to Monica, some sort of an alert, maybe through the home security system, notifying her that the closet mirror is opened.
And then after that, do we go back to the communications between the defendant and Baker?
Yes.
And then at 2:15 p.m., what do we see here?
We see the housekeeper, Ms. Rivera, leaving the location. She'll travel again eastbound on Queen Victoria, or westbound on Queen Victoria, sorry, and make that right and go down Oakdale.
All right. And then the communications again continue between the defendant and Baker.
Yes.
Through Viber.
Yes.
Okay, now we're looking, if we look at the bottom, it's highlighted, so between somewhere around the 2:30 hour up to 3 o'clock. Communications again?
Yes.
Between the defendant and Baker?
Yes, the Viber messaging continues.
Now we're moving on to the 3 o'clock timeline. And what do we see here represented at 3 p.m.?
We're going to see a video captured by the Target surveillance videos of Robert Baker driving that rented Nissan silver car into the Target parking lot and park to the rear side of the lot. It's more the far side of the lot.
Okay. Is this a surveillance video from the Target parking lot?
It is.
And within the circle?
That's silver Nissan Versa,
Okay.
driven by Robert Baker, as he negotiates through the lot and eventually parks.
Coming around, is that the back portion of that Target lot that we're going to talk about later?
Yes.
And it looks like he comes all the way to the last row of parking. Is that right? That is parallel to the 101 freeway?
Yes.
And then he negotiates and backs into this spot. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Poorly.
And then what's the next thing we see once Baker parks his vehicle at Target?
So a little over 1 minute later, he sends a Viber message to Monica.
All right. And what do we see here at 3:02 p.m. after he messages the defendant, again using Viber and encrypted app?
We're going to see Robert exit that vehicle that's parked on the side there and walk towards the entrance of the Target and enter.
Okay. So does it appear on this surveillance video that he's wearing that same black tracksuit with the white stripes down the side that you described for us at the LA Fitness.
Yes, he is.
Okay. And here at 3:02 and 20 seconds is that video of him entering into the Target store.
Yes.
Okay. And what do we see here at 3:10?
We see a Viber message from Monica to Robert Baker.
Okay. And then again, does the pattern of communication between them continue at this point?
It does.
Okay. So we see messaging going back and forth again through that encrypted app.
Yes.
What do we see here at 3:17 p.m.?
Monica sends an instant message to her daughter Isabella. Says, "Good luck, my heart, my love."
And you were aware from your review of the records in this case and talking with the detectives that Bella had an interview after school that day, correct?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it's at a sandwich shop or something like that.
Okay. And then, do we see a response coming in?
Yes, response from Isabella to Monica through instant messaging saying thank you with a heart emoji.
Now we're looking at the timeline after 3:19 in the afternoon of January 23rd of 2017. And at 3:19, what do we see here?
We're going to see Robert Baker again captured on the Target video surveillance system, the interior, exiting the store and then walking back.
All right. And we know he entered it just at a little after 3:02, so he's been inside the store now for approximately, what, 17 minutes?
Correct.
Okay. Is this him now carrying a bag in his right hand?
Yes.
And maybe some keys in his left?
Yeah, something. Something in his...
Again, you didn't see him dripping any blood or holding any kind of a bloody rag around his hands or anything of that nature?
No, I didn't observe that.
And then what do we see occurring here 2 minutes later at 3:21?
This is the continuation of that Viber communication between Monica and Robert Baker.
Okay. And 3 minutes later at 3:24, does this have a video embedded as well?
Yes.
Okay. What do we see here?
We see Robert Baker return to that Versa, get in, pull out, and drive to the very far back of the lot, like a secluded area of the lot, and park the vehicle.
And you went out to that location, correct?
I did.
And you went and stood in that actual area where he parked, correct?
I did.
Okay. And that area back there, is that an area that is appears to be reserved or used for trash dumpsters and other things?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the area as depicted here on the screen that we see right this moment that you went out and observed?
Correct.
Now, just to the left of that area where he's parked,
Yes.
is this a photograph of that area?
It is.
Okay. And when you went out there, could you see that there were dumpsters and things like that that were set up along the side of that area?
Yes.
Because you had been to that location, as you said, on several occasions.
Correct.
Just to the left, yes, here we have a close-up. describe for us what you see here in this photograph?
It's like a pedestrian walking path between that that large chain link fence and the wall.
There also appears to be a pedestrian gate back there where you can pass through and walk into the shopping center in front of it?
Correct.
All right. And if one were to go through that gate at the back of the lot and go around to the front of the shopping center near Target, would you be able to walk in? And let me just if you were to walk through this area from that pedestrian gate and come down through that parking lot in this other shopping center to the left of Target and walk along the sidewalk in front, would that lead you back around to an area where there was a Payless store and something else?
Objection, no foundation.
You were out there, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. This building that is covered by this picture over here.
The white roof.
Yes, the white roof. This right here. Here, why don't
Correct.
instead of me showing?
Yeah. You could sit in my chair. You want to sit in my chair? So you could go through this pedestrian gate, and of course we don't really know which way Baker came through, but you can go through this gate.
Objection, Your Honor. That's a conclusion with no foundation.
Okay. If you were to go through the pedestrian gate, or if you were to walk just straight out, would that take you out onto this main street that we see here?
Yes,
No
you can.
foundation, no evidence before the court on this.
As far as any kind of route of travel that this detective went to, it's overruled. By the way, anytime within the next 3 minutes you need a break, let me know. 'Cause
Okay.
we got 3 minutes.
Got it.
Okay.
Can you show us
yes.
what the different routes are to get back around to the shopping center if one were inclined to do so?
Yes, in fact, I did walk this route. I did it both ways. I came through this gate and also came and walked through this driveway, came around here. You walk down the sidewalk. This is Ventura Boulevard right here, and come around, and this is the Payless. And if you come through here, you're basically in the parking lot of the Target, and this is where the main entrance to that Target is. Right here off of Ventura.
With respect to the surveillance cameras, did you note that they were all at the front of the Target building, looking at various directions?
Yeah, most of them are along this front. I do think that there were some that captured this side as well, maybe this part of the parking lot.
But if one were to walk either through that second shopping center or straight down towards Ventura and come around where the Payless is, that building with the white roof there along Ventura Boulevard, would one be out of view of the surveillance cameras from the front of the Target store?
Objection, no foundation.
Not fully out of view. You can see figures moving, cars moving, but it's not clear. It's so far away, it's not clear.
All right. This, I guess, is where we'll stop then.
All right. As usual, the admonition applies. You don't discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else or form or express any opinions of the cause finally submitted to you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9.